Good morning. This is Naz, research scholar from Faculty of Management, welcoming you all. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Human Capital Management, creating flourishing, high-performing, and psychologically healthy organization. Organized by the Faculty of Management, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Katankulathur, Chennai, in collaboration with the International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine, IIOPM. Today, we have gathered together on an exceptional community of academicians, researchers, industry professionals, medical practitioners, and students to deliberate on emerging perspectives in human capital management and explore ways of building inclusive, high-performing, and psychologically healthy workplaces. This conference provides an important platform to exchange knowledge, explore emerging practices, encourage interdisciplinary collaboration, and connect academic insights with organizational realities. It invites us to look at human capital management from a broader perspective, one that recognizes that high performance and human well being must go hand in hand. We are deeply honored by the presence of our esteemed dignitaries and eminent speakers from India and across globe. With this, let's begin the significant occasion. To begin our journey, let us take a moment to look at the vision, purpose, and spirit behind today's conference. A short audio-visual presentation introducing the conference and its central theme.
Very good morning to all of you. I'm Professor Russell D'Souza from Melbourne, Australia, the Dean of the International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine. I'm here to welcome all of you to this wonderful conference that we are having at SRM University, the School of Management. Now, this is in collaboration with the IIOPM and the Harvard Business School. And I welcome you to this amazing, interesting meeting that's going to be focusing on organizational psychological medicine and its place in management. So it's going to be about creating flourishing, high performing, psychologically healthy institutions, and you're all going to be to enjoy this day or the conference with all the international speakers and the national speakers. I understand there are around 150 papers that are going to be presented. So welcome and have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
I am Professor V.M. Senbagaraman, Dean at SRM Faculty of Management, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattangulattur, Tamil Nadu, India. I am basically a chartered electronics and communication engineer with MTech in computer science and engineering. I have 30 plus years of experience in teaching and 5 plus years of experience in industry. I have the opportunity to teach various country students such as South Korea, North America, and Nigeria in engineering and management. Also, I was a program chair for the international conference held in Hong Kong by the International Association of Computer Science and Information Technology. It gives me immense pleasure to invite all the students, research scholars, faculty members, industry experts, medical practitioners, and international participants for the upcoming international conference on human capital management, creating, flourishing, high performing, and psychologically healthy organizations organized by the Faculty of Management, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, in collaboration with International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine, Florida, Australia, and USA, chaired by Dr. Professor Russell D'Souza, Bioethics Chair of UNESCO, and myself.
This is Dr. P. Sarav, convener of the International Conference on Human Capital Management, creating flourishing, high-performing, psychologically healthy organizations, organized by SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattankulattur, Tamil Nadu, India, in collaboration with International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine, Melbourne, Australia, and Melbourne, Florida, United States of America. I welcome the researchers, academicians, industry practitioners, and medical practitioners. This conference will provide a valuable platform to share their research insights, expertise, and collaborate. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you. That presentation beautifully captures the essence of today's gathering and the vision behind this event. We now come to one of the most auspicious and meaningful moments of today's inaugural ceremony, the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. The lighting of the lamp is a timeless symbol of the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, wisdom over darkness, and hope over uncertainty. It signifies the illumination of minds and marks the beginning of our shared journey towards learning, collaboration, and meaningful intellectual exchange. May I respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come up onto the dais. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. May this light of knowledge, wisdom, and hope illuminate our thoughts, inspire meaningful dialogue, and guide our deliberations throughout this conference. As we gather today in the culturally rich land of Tamil Nadu, we begin this distinguished conference by paying our respects to Tamil, one of the world's ancient and enduring languages. Tamil, Tamil Thai Vartha is a ceremonial salutation to Tamil Thai, Mother Tamil. It is a tribute to the language, its rich literary heritage, and the cultural identity it represents. May I now request Kritika and Rohit, first year MBA, to come up on the dais to recite Tamil Thai Vartha.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிறமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடன திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with the formal welcome address. The Faculty of Management at SRM Institute of Science and Technology continues to foster academic excellence, interdisciplinary learning, research, and meaningful engagement with industry and society. It is now my pleasure to introduce our esteemed conference chair, Professor V.M. Shenbagaraman, Dean of the Faculty of Management, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Under the Dean's leadership, the faculty continues to provide a vibrant platform for academic exchange, research, and professional development. Professor V.M. Shenbagaraman is presently serving as Dean and Professor of Information Systems in the Faculty of Management. He has a combined experience of 37 years in teaching and in the industry. He has international exposure in teaching South Korean, North American, and Nigerian students of engineering and management. He was program chair for the International Conference on Information Communication and Management held in Hong Kong, organized by the International Association of Computer Science and Information Technology. He was the organizing secretary for Linton Global Leadership Program for Hannam University, South Korea. He received 100 Most Dedicated Professors Award from World Education Congress in 2018. He published a textbook titled Computer Languages for Management and also published 132 articles in journals and conferences. 8 scholars have completed PhD under his supervision. He has 3 patents in artificial intelligence. May I now request Professor V.M. Shenbagaraman, Dean, Faculty of Management, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, to deliver the welcome address.
Pleasant morning to all of you present here today. First of all, I seek the blessings of our founder chancellor, Dr. T.R. Parivendar sir, Pro Chancellor Admin Dr. Ravi Pachamuthu, Pro Chancellor Academics Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Vice Chancellor Dr. C. Muthamil Selvan sir, and Registrar Dr. S. Ponnusamy sir. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming Professor Russell Franco de Souza, Dean of Psychological Medicine, IIOPM, Australia, Dr. Rajiv Tandon, Chair, IIOPM Board, USA, Dr. Safir Amanullah, former Division Head and Clinical Director, Queen's University, Canada, Dr. Mary Matthew, Vice Chancellor, Karpaga Vinayaga Educational Lore for Learning, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Veda Prakash Misra, Pro Chancellor, Datta Mecca University, Maharashtra, for their acceptance and being here today to grace today's conference at SRM University, Katangalathu. Also, I welcome all the research scholars, students, academic community, medical practitioners, industry experts, and other participants for today's event, and I wish all of you to have a wonderful day at SRM. The theme of the conference is to create a flourishing, high-performing, and psychologically healthy organizations, and this conference is being organized by the Faculty of Management, SRM-AST India, in collaboration with the International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine, Australia and USA. The recent study by the Harvard University in the year 2026 shows that 85% of the career success is solely depend on the people skills and the soft skills. The people skills in the sense we mean the emotional intelligence, interpersonal skills, creativity skills, and all other skills required to have a good interpersonal relationship with others. This is what is required in the present day environment, in the advanced revolution of technology. Keeping that in mind, this conference is framed with this title, how to create a flourishing organization. All these things are possible only when the employees in any industry or in any organization have a good relationship among themselves and how to control their emotional intelligence. This is very much required. Without IPR, without psychologically handling the people, it becomes very difficult nowadays to get the productivity from the people. Keeping that, we have framed this conference. We had 5 rounds of discussions with Professor Russell sir and other eminent people, Rajiv Tandon, Amanullah sir, and other Anand Nanda sir also from Harvard Business School. And at the end, we thought that why don't we have a conference which have this title. And Russell sir has already informed that we have to bring some electives for the human capital management. Instead of saying human resource management, I am now using the word human capital management. Managing people is very challenging nowadays. In the earlier days, it was little easy, but now due to the advancement of technology, everybody is very busy and everybody doesn't listen to the other person. And what is required is how to manage people. Managing people and managing technology, both are very much required, and managing AI again. So you have to make a correlation between how to manage AI or how to integrate AI with the human people. So the human psychology and make the industry to flourish well becomes highly challenging. So we have articulated this title, and this conference is being held today, and it will definitely give more insight to all the scholars, all the students, all the academic community to have a more in-depth understanding of how to make an industry in a flourishing manner. So I wish you all of you a very great success and have a wonderful day today. And also we are very grateful to our sponsors, SRM Global Hospital, for their generosity. Also thank Parcel Gym and New Selvi Stores for their sponsor. To tell few things about the conference, we have got around 196 papers submitted from 22 countries across the globe. The thing is, we have done it within a span of 45 days. I thank all the steering committee members, conveners, co-conveners, organizing committee, all the faculty members, all the student volunteers, all the research scholars of FOM have taken enormous steps in bringing all the papers, without which this number would have not come. So once again, I really thank all the people who are involved in making this many papers from 22 countries across the globe. And once again, I thank you and thank Russell sir especially for making this conference live today in SRM IST Katangalattur, because without which this would have not happened. So thank you once again, all the experts, all the students, all the research scholars, everybody who have done something for this conference. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, sir, for those warm words of welcome and for setting the context for today's conference. Now, we move to a very special segment of today's inaugural ceremony, the felicitation of our distinguished dignitaries. Felicitation is a gesture of appreciation and respect. It is our way of acknowledging the valuable contributions, accomplishments, and presence of eminent personalities who have graciously joined us for this important occasion. May I now request everyone to join us in welcoming each of our distinguished guests with a warm round of applause. To begin the felicitation ceremony, we invite Professor Dr. Russell D'Souza. May I request our Dean, Professor V.M. Shinbagaraman from FOM SRM IST to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Dr. Russell D'Souza. Sir, your contributions to psychological medicine, human capital management, and organizational well-being brings a valuable international perspective to today's conference.
Thank you, sir. We now welcome our distinguished guest is Dr. Rajiv Tandon, an eminent psychiatrist, researcher, and academician whose extensive contribution have enriched the fields of Psychiatry, Research and Academic Medicine. May I request Professor T. Ramachandran from Faculty of Management, SRM IST, to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Rajiv Tandon.
May I request Professor? We now invite Dr. Shabir Amanullah, whose distinguished career in psychiatry and mental health reflects extensive academic, clinical, and international experience. May I now request Professor S. Senthil Kumar from FOM SRM IST to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Shabir Amanullah.
Thank you, sir. We are now delighted to felicitate Dr. Mary Matthew, whose multidisciplinary academic journey brings together medicine, pathology, child health, medical law, and ethics. May I request Professor A.R. Krishnan from Faculty of Management, SRM IST, to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Mary Matthew.
Thank you, sir. We now come to the felicitation of an illustrious personality and highly respected member of the medical and academic fraternity, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra. His remarkable contribution to medical education, academic leadership, and higher education have earned wide recognition. May I request Professor K. Shantana Lakshmi from FOM SRM IST to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra.
Thank you, ma'am. We now move forward with the opening remarks. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. P. Saravanan, Associate Professor and Chairperson of Information Systems and Technology Management, and Program Coordinator for the MBA in Artificial Intelligence and Data Science at the Faculty of Management, SRM IST. With over 26 years of teaching experience, Dr. P. Saravanan has made significant contributions to teaching, research, and academic program development. He has published 48 research papers in reputed national and international journals, presented 78 research papers at conferences, and has authored 2 case studies. His academic interests and contributions span artificial intelligence, data science, business analytics, and information systems. May I now invite Dr. P. Saravanan to deliver the opening remarks and set the context for today's conference.
Dignitaries on the dais, researchers, medical practitioners, industry experts, dear fellow academicians, and students. Good morning to one and all. As a convener, I also take pleasure in welcoming you all to this international conference on human capital management, creating flourishing, high-performing, and psychologically healthy organization. We all are familiar with human resources management. When you look at the title of this international conference, yeah, human capital management, creating, flourishing, high performing, and psychologically healthy organizations, a question may arise in your mind that why it has been named as human capital management instead of human resources management. See, although capital is closely tied to human resources, it throws different perspectives. Human resources focuses heavily on administrative duties like payroll, compliance, record keeping, training, and development, while human capital management is a strategic approach to employee management that treats workers as valuable assets, whose economic value to an organization increases through investment, training, and strategic development. When an organization tries to manage human capital instead of human resources, it indicates that the organization aims to create flourishing, high performing, and psychologically healthy employees instead of just focusing on its administrative operations. Some of the core principles of human capital management are talent acquisition, training and development, performance management, compensation, and retention. This conference aims to bring researchers, medical practitioners, industry experts, academicians, and students to share their research insights and expertise on how can we create flourishing, high-performing, and psychologically healthy organizations. We have called for research papers under 7 tracks in the form of full paper, extended abstracts, and case studies. The tracks are Track 1, Human Resources Management. Under this, the sub-themes which we are focusing upon are strategic human resources management, talent acquisition and retention, employee engagement and experience, learning development and upskilling, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Future of work and hybrid workforce management. Track 2, Finance and accounting, human capital investment and return investment, sustainable finance and ESG reporting, financial well-being of employees, compensation benefits and reward systems, digital finance and fintech applications. Track 3, marketing management, employer branding and talent marketing, digital marketing and consumer analytics, AI and data-driven marketing, customer experience and relationship management, sustainable and ethical marketing, social media, and brand communication. Track 4, operations and supply chain management, operations excellence and lean management, supply chain resilience and sustainability, quality management systems, project and process management, industry 5.0 and smart manufacturing, logistics and digital supply chains. Track 5, information systems and digital transformation, artificial intelligence in business, HR analytics and workplace intelligence, business analytics and a decision support system, cloud computing and enterprise systems, digital transformation strategies, blockchain and emerging technologies. Tracks is organizational behavior and psychology, workplace psychological well-being, employee resilience and mental health, organizational culture and change management, emotional intelligence and leadership, work life balance and employee wellness, conflict resolution, and organizational communication. The last track, track number 7, entrepreneurship, innovation, and sustainability, innovation and design thinking, entrepreneurship and startup ecosystems, sustainable business practices, green human resources, and circular economy and responsible business. The conference has attracted papers from 22 countries including India 23, some of which are from United Kingdom, United States of America, China, Australia, Switzerland, and United Arab Emirates, and many more, and India as well. Including our country, received 196 research papers. The oral presentations are engaged in hybrid mode at the Faculty of Management building. An award will be given to the best research paper from each track. In addition to this, we have scheduled a poster presentation in this auditorium itself. Apart from this, we have special sessions by 3 of our distinguished international speakers in the forenoon session and a panel discussion in the post-lunch session. This will be followed by 2 more distinguished speakers, followed by the concluding remarks. After 11 o'clock, the oral presentations will be started at the Faculty of Management. I once again extend a warm welcome to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context for today's conference with your valuable opening remark. It is now my honor to introduce one of the distinguished personalities associated with us today in the conference. We are delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Russell Franco D'Souza, a distinguished physician, academician, and a leader in the field of psychological medicine. Professor D'Souza is associated with the International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine, with an international presence spanning Australia, the United States, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Ireland, and India. His professional and academic work brings together psychological medicine, human resource management, organizational development, and human capital management enhancements. His work on total human capital management solution represents an evidence-based approach towards unlocking human potential, fostering creativity and innovation, aligning employees with organizational goals. His extensive academic research and professional contributions have established him a respected voice in the field of psychiatry, medical ethics, healthcare, leadership, and human capital management. So, we are deeply honored to have you with us today. May I now respectfully invite Professor Dr. Russell Franco D'Souza to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and respected dignitaries on the dais and all our delegates here, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here today. I have been associated with SRM. It was university, then became IST. Since 2014, I'm a visiting faculty here. And this was an interesting area that I always wanted to bring across. My few words here is that across every industry, organizations are experiencing what? Unprecedented disruption, from artificial intelligence, workforce shortages, increasing expectations around the employee well-being, psychological safety, and ethical leadership, right? Today, I would like to introduce an emerging framework that integrates human capital management and organizational psychological medicine. My central proposition is very simple. Organizations that intentionally cultivate flourishing people achieve more sustainable, high performance than those that solely rely on financial or operational metrics. So, human well being is not separate from organizational success. It is one of its strongest predictors of success, right? So that's the message that I would like to give to you today, and the whole proceedings today that our distinguished Dean has put across. We have been talking about this. I have had a couple of meetings with your Dean, as in the previous Pro Vice Chancellor, Vinay Kumar, who actually at our last year's IOPM meeting spoke in Delhi and actually became a fellow. So I'm very delighted to be here, and I have my colleagues, very distinguished colleagues, not only from USA and Canada, and myself from Australia, but also Dr. Vedprakash Mishra and Dr. Mary Matthew from India. All of us together will join you all and explore this area that is going to bring, in the future, we see this as going to be very important to ultimately bring success. So, creating flourishing, high performance, psychologically healthy organizations is the way forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for not only listening to me, but inviting me here at SRM to be here as part of this very important international conference. Thank you very much. All right, let's. So where is the? How do I get this? How do I move the slides? How do I change the slide? I thought. So here's what I have to say. People are not simply resources. They are the source of organizational capacity, capability, innovation, and indeed resilience. Now, how do I get this moving? Is there a slide mover or? Oh, you're going to move it there, is it? I spoke about this. Today's leaders face, I talked about the unprecedented pressure. We spoke about this. Could you go back? Go back? No. Back to the first slide. Yeah. No, the unprecedented, the second slide. No, you're going forward. One more. Okay, I want to talk about the challenge. This is called the executive challenge, you could see. Leaders are facing today, all of you know, workforce shortage, artificial intelligence-driven transformation that's taking place, burnout and moral injury, another important aspect, the changing workforce expectations and ultimately declining engagement. And all this, of course, is related with psychological health risks. And of course, this is now increasingly complex. So this is the executive challenge. How can organizations achieve exceptional performance while at the same time protecting the well-being of their people? Oh. I'm getting to learn all the intricacies of this conference. Thank you very much, Dean. This is live, it seems. And so all my colleagues and friends around the world, wherever you are, I'm delighted to have you there. I was not aware of that. Thank you. All right, next slide. Now, why human capital is a strategic capital? Important to think here. Financial capital creates opportunity, right? What about human capital? This creates sustainable advantage. How? Organizations generally compete through knowledge, innovation, relationships, leadership, culture, and trust. So the message here is people are no longer cost centers. They are indeed a strategic asset to an organization, right? Next slide. Now, this is interesting. I want you to see how human resource and human capital in some ways divert. You can see the traditional HR is focused on administration, compliance, workforce planning, performance reviews, and policies. When we talk about strategic human capital management, we are talking about capability building, innovation, talent ecosystems, continuous development, and very importantly, an organizational culture. So what we see here from the executive focus, we are now talking about value creation rather than personal administration, which is very much to do with HR. And so I wanted to show this difference and the transition and why this becomes important, because we talk about value creation, and that's an important part here. Next slide. Now, for all of you here, I want to introduce to you the organizational psychological medicine. And where does this fit in? What is organizational psychological medicine? It actually integrates these 7 aspects: organizational psychology, psychiatry, behavioral economics, positive psychology, the leadership science, ethics, and importantly, system thinking. These together are integrated in organizational psychological medicine. And of course, the central premise here for us not to forget that healthy organizations produce healthy people, right? In health, that's our interest. But on the other hand, healthy people produce exceptional organizations. So you see the link between this branch of medicine, organizational psychological medicine. So I've introduced this to you. Next slide, sir. Now, we talked about creating flourishing, high performance, psychologically healthy organizations. So what are we talking about is, now that we talk about the flourishing organization. Flourishing in organizations, what is strategic about it? They intentionally cultivate psychological safety, right? Trust, meaning, belonging, compassion, purpose, and growth. All these together we talk of a flourishing organization. Once upon a time, we did talk about well-being. And there's, of course, moving from well-being to flourishing, which brings in meaning and engagement as an additional component. So what we see, if you look at all this, these are strategic drivers. They are no longer optional extras, right? So we see why we are talking, this whole conference is about flourishing organizations, and all of you, researchers, students, and so forth. Our future is going to be looking at creating flourishing organizations. Next slide. Let's look at the executive science of flourishing. And here I will give you back some of the research available in the end. But all the research we have consistently demonstrates, importantly, a link between employee well-being and, look at these 7 areas, which any organization will be wanting, will be proud to have, and will see it as important. What are they? High productivity, greater innovation, better customer experience, lower turnover of staff, reduced absenteeism, stronger what we call organizational commitment. It's also called as citizenship behavior, organizational citizenship behavior, stronger organizational commitment, and ultimately all this has to end up with improved financial performance. Evidence-based, Gallup, WHO, OECD, Harvard Business School, and I'll give you the references in the end. So this is the science of flourishing. What do we have? The research, evidence-based, and what we're talking today is evidence-based and some of the research that is pointing and moving to this area. Next slide. One important aspect in all this comes out as psychological safety. It's the foundation. We're going to hear more of it from another Professor Mary Matthew. What does this mean? You all have heard this, psychological safety. What does this really mean? And the Amy Edmondson is one of the researchers who's brought a lot of work into this. It means people can speak up, they can challenge assumptions, they can admit mistakes, and they can innovate without fear from above, right, from the management. And what the evidence shows, the research shows that all this ends up with benefits such as a faster learning, better decisions, increased innovation, and of course, from the health perspective, reduced clinical and of course, organizational risk. So we're beginning to see the foundation being psychological safety, right? Next slide. Now look at the human capital performance cycle, mapped out, as it were. A system model looks at a purpose. That purpose, then we flow on to the important issue of psychological safety. That in place leads to engagement. Engagement is another important part of flourishing. When there is engagement, we move on to learning. If that takes place, we then move on to greater innovation or space for innovation. And of course, if we have all this in line, we will also have increased performance. And all this ends up also with trust, another key component. Psychological safety, trust, and this results in organizational flourishing. So if you look at this system model, we talk of the human capital performance cycle. And this is a model that has been shown as a cycle. Next. The next slide, please. So, all of us, all of you here, one day will be leaders, right? And what are we talking about when we refer to an executive leadership in the flourishing era? That's what this whole conference is about, right? So what we see here in this type of executive leadership, this leadership shapes organizational culture, organizational behavior, the climate, or what we call the psychological climate of an organization, the quality of the decisions that are being made, employment, there is deliberate shaping of the employee well-being. And what we see here is that leadership is no longer about authority. That's a big change. And I think Prakash and myself were talking about this, yes? Leadership is no longer about authority, it's about creating environments where people thrive. If your people thrive, that will lead ultimately to the organization thriving. And that's from the research that's available. Next slide. One other area that we talk about is compassionate leadership. And you all probably heard about this. But compassionate leadership doesn't mean someone soft, someone, it is quite the opposite, right? It's important to remember, compassionate leaders, how do they come out? What type of issues or areas that resonate, right? They listen, they empower their followers, they coach, they develop talent, they encourage reflection. Now, this is an important area that has come into play. You all know of reflective practice. Even in management, we talk about reflection and the reflective practice. So, reflection and developing talent, and encouraging reflection and building resilience. So what does this mean? A compassionate leader or compassionate leadership certainly shows that compassion improves these 4 domains. Compassion improves 4 domains. What are these 4 domains? Performance, which all of you, every organization wants. Performance. We don't want turnover, so better retention, right? Innovation, and importantly, organizational trust, one of the key factors in performance, in understanding the outcomes, and part of the flourishing era. The next one, please, next slide. Now, when we talk about organizational psychological health, that's what this branch is related to. We particularly look at the executives in the organization, what they should monitor when we talk of organizational psychological health. Burnout, these are the areas that are monitored and are used as indicators of where we are going and the performance. So that relates to burnout, engagement. You would hear me saying this because that becomes an important part of flourishing, and in the outcomes, ultimate outcome, well-being, moral distress, again, psychological safety has been coming out, team cohesion, and ultimately all this reflects in effectiveness of that leadership. These should sit always besides the usual financial KPIs. So when we talk about KPIs, which you are all, financial KPIs, which we are all well versed with, we need to also have these areas monitored, kept on record so that you can watch and evaluate the progress. So executive organizations should monitor these. Next slide, please. So, we talked about flourishing. What about building high performance cultures? I've been talking about organizational culture, why that is so important, right? So, how do we talk about building high performance cultures? When you talk of high performance cultures, these should include these 7 areas: a shared purpose, continuous lifelong learning, psychological safety again becomes an important part, accountability, diversity of thinking, and ethical leadership. I talk of leadership, but ethical leadership, and of course the adaptive capability. So being able to transform, to be capable to adapt. And what happens when we have high performance culture? Now culture becomes actually a strategic asset for the organization. And that's an important reason why we are talking about building high performance cultures. What about, we've talked about artificial intelligence. We can't have a meeting or talk without bringing this in today's day and age. So when we talk of human capital in the artificial intelligence era, what do we know about it? We certainly know that artificial intelligence can do many things, but it certainly can enhance, importantly, efficiency. We have a greater advantage to analytics. And of course, all this is decision supporting. Your decisions are supported. But it's important to remember, artificial intelligence cannot replace wisdom, right? Ethical judgment, empathy, trust, and above all, the human relationships, the human aspect of your organization. This cannot be replaced by, at least at this moment and time, this can't be replaced by artificial intelligence, and we need to keep that in mind, because future organizations will require both technological and human intelligence. We talk of wisdom. So for all of you, in the era of artificial intelligence, it's important for us to remember what it cannot replace and why the future will see us requiring both technological and human intelligence, both coming into play. Next, sir. I want you to support what I've been saying, and I'll give you the references later. This is the Mayo Clinic study. I want to talk about this executive case study. Okay, this is the Mayo Clinic in USA. What they've come out from their study was investment in 3 areas, 3 domains: staff well-being, physician engagement, and leadership development. These 3 areas which they invested in, and the results that came out from the study was lower burnout, higher patient satisfaction, improved retention, and of course, all this led to better organizational outcomes. This is, and I'll give you at the end you'll get the citation, or for you could read this study. So I've brought out an executive case study. So all this tells us, and I can ask all of you here, what lessons can be applied in your organization looking at this study? A little reflection on all of you, and even to our dean, to look at the study and look at what lessons can be applied in your organization here? Yes. So, we come up with 5, the organizational psychological medicine, human capital, I talked about, from human resource to human capital. What is the framework? We put together a framework. 5 strategic domains, right? 5 strategic domains that encompass this region. Healthy leaders, healthy teams, healthy culture, healthy systems, and all this has to have healthy outcomes. So they call this the organizational psychological medicine human capital framework. And of course, the circular framework demonstrates continuous improvement. So this is something for you to think of, the 5 domains that encompass the organizational psychological medicine human capital framework. Yes, sir. So, what do we have? A roadmap. A roadmap, and what we call an executive implementation roadmap. And what would that look like? We have five steps that we put in here. Step 1 is assessing organization's health, or what we call organizational health. Step 2 will look at measuring psychological safety of the organization. Step 3 is continuing to develop compassionate leaders, compassionate leadership. And step 4 will look at investing in strengthening the learning culture of your organization. And ultimately, step 5 is to monitor the flourishing metrics. We talked about that, why that flourishing is important. And so monitoring the metrics is going to be important. And so we put together the executive implementation roadmap, taking you through 5 steps, ultimately achieving what we want to achieve, flourishing institution. So, the next question is, when you talk about metrics, what about measuring success? How do we measure success? All of us have different views and different subjective reasons for what we value as success. An organization has to rely on some things that make success. So when we talk of measuring success, we look at what we call an executive dashboard, which is called a balanced executive dashboard. So what do we look in this balanced executive dashboard? Financial outcomes, human outcomes, learning outcomes, innovation outcomes. For us, in health, it's patient. For you, for others, it'll be customer outcomes. Patient outcomes, customer outcomes. And all this ultimately has to have a community impact. So when we talk of measuring success, we want to look, and I invite all of you to start thinking of success in this framework, not just on financial, but to bring in the important aspect, including community impact, innovation outcomes. All this, some of them are tangible, some of them are intangible, but it's so important that in success we measure the intangible and the tangible. And of course, never forget, why do we say metrics? Why do we say measure? Because what gets measured gets improved. The evidence we have, what gets measured gets improved. So, for leadership, we talked about reflection, reflective practice, the need for reflection. Ask yourself, for the leaders, does our culture help our organization people flourish? Something to reflect on. Are our leaders developing people? Are they developing people? And do employees feel psychologically safe? And not to forget, when you're reflecting, what legacy are we creating? What legacy are we creating in that organization? And is well-being embedded in a strategy, or will it be treated as an initiative? Something to think about. So these are the points, the 5 areas that we talk of executive reflection. Executive leaders reflect on these 5 important domains. Next, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, my closing message, I wanted to tell you, look, that's the Edmondson. Anne Edmondson is, we talked about psychological safety, comes from the fearless organization. Flourishing organizations create sustainable excellence. Flourishing organizations create sustainable excellence. High-performing organizations do not emerge from pressure alone. They emerge from purpose, compassion, trust, psychological health, ethical leadership, and continuous learning, right? So that's the closing message. And my final reflection for my presentation to you is human capital is not simply the workforce we employ. Indeed, it is the collective intelligence, the collective character, the collective creativity, and collective well-being that determines whether an organization merely survives or truly flourishes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful and thought-provoking address. Your perspectives have provided us with valuable insights into human potential, organizational well-being, and importance of placing people at the heart of organizational success. We are truly grateful for your valuable thoughts and for setting the tone for today's conference. I may now request our dignitaries, speakers, and participants to join us for a short tea break. I would like all the faculty members from FOM to grace the dais for a small photo session. I request students and the researchers to make way to the designated refreshment area. Okay. Yeah.
என்னோட உலகமே இந்த கிச்சன் தான்.
Quick, quick, hurry up. Come on, make it fast.
ஒரு டாப் ஷெஃப் ஆகணுங்கிறதுக்காக ராத்திரி பகல் என் மனசுக்கு இருந்த வலிமை என்னோட இதயத்துக்கு இல்ல. ஒரு நாள் எனக்கு ஹார்ட் அட்டாக் ஏற்பட்டுச்சு.
எஸ்ஆர்எம் குளோபல் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலா?
அப்போதான் எஸ்ஆர்எம் குளோபல் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ஸோட இன்ஸ்டிடியூட் ஆஃப் கார்டியாக் சயின்சஸ்க்கு கூட்டிட்டு போனாங்க. அங்க இருக்கிற கார்டியாக் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட்ஸ் என்னோட லைஃப் ஸ்டைலை புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு என் ஹார்ட் ப்ராப்ளமை கரெக்டா டயக்னோஸ் பண்ணாங்க. எனக்கு ஏத்த போல ஒரு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்டை துல்லியமா, பொறுமையா, பாசத்தோடு செஞ்சாங்க. நான் சீக்கிரம் குணமாகி திரும்பவும் எனக்கு பிடிச்ச சமையல் கலையை தொடர எஸ்ஆர்எம் குளோபல் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ஸோட இன்ஸ்டிடியூட் ஆஃப் கார்டியாக் சயின்சஸ் தான் காரணம்.
SRM Global Hospitals, Institute of Cardiac Sciences. இதயம் மட்டும் இல்ல, உங்கள் கனவையும் பாதுகாப்போம்.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are now delighted to welcome another distinguished professional and eminent medical academic, Dr. Shabir Amanullah. Dr. Amanullah brings with him extensive academic and professional experience in the field of psychiatry and mental health. His academic journey includes an MBBS from Mysore and diploma in psychological medicine from Ranchi and an AMD from the prestigious National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences. He has also pursued advanced professional training and holds the FRCPC, reflecting his international expertise in psychiatry. His professional journey across India and Canada represents a remarkable blend of academic excellence, clinical expertise, and international experience. So, we are deeply honored by your presence. May I now invite Dr. Shabir Amanullah to share his valuable thoughts and insights with this gathering.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm not too sure how many of you here are students, how many are faculty, but it really is an honor to be invited to speak here. It's often very easy to come for conferences and not learn a whole lot. But I can see from what you have here, you want to learn, leap, and lead. It's very important to realize that when you get speakers who come from very far distances, that students capitalize on understanding what it is that we have come here to present. You heard someone speak today on human capital management, but what you don't know is Russell is easily one of the best human capital managers I have ever worked with. And I'm not saying this in a light way. He has single-handedly gotten speakers from all over the world and people of the caliber like Professor Ved Prakash Mishra, Mary Matthews, people who are extremely eminent and very hard to get. This is the core of human capital, how you can actually get people to do more than actually they're ever going to do. I would never have come for these meetings if he had not given us a platform. So what I hope to do today in my lecture is to distill this down to very basic values. Human capital management is nothing very complicated. It's actually very simple. It's extremely simple. If you are a husband or a wife, you still do human capital management. The problem with most marriages is human capital mismanagement, right? People often end up in arguments and fights because they can't manage what it is that they're asked to do. These are just a few of my disclosures. This was a statement that was made by a Harvard biologist a number of years ago. He said the real problem of humanity is that we have Paleolithic emotions, which means we have primitive emotions. We get angry very quickly. When you come for conferences, we are more interested in chatting with our neighbors or playing on the phone than actually paying attention to speakers who have come here long distances to give you knowledge, right? So he actually summarizes it very well. We have primitive emotions. We have medieval institutions. Why is it called medieval? Because as much as we may have very sophisticated architecture and equipment, we still don't have the art of getting people to learn what it is that they need to learn to survive. But we also have incredible technology, right? What he says is we have inadvertently created a world that's making us all a little crazy. So how many of you read that Suicide by the boy who jumped from a cliff because he did not get an iPhone 17 in Maharashtra, right? He was standing on the cliff for 3 hours. His parents tried to talk him down. He didn't. And when his father went to grab his arms, he pulled his father, both of them fell, and the mother jumped in as well. We are living in very interesting times. We live in times where none of us actually have the skills necessary to do it, but together we can work on the world's most powerful tool. We'll just continue with the lecture. So one of the things that we often underutilize in our lives is our mind. And I can honestly look this across the globe. It's not just you. We don't utilize our mind very much. We let other people use it. So for example, someone can come and say you're an idiot and you get very upset. So there's a story of Gautam Buddha. He was sitting and he was preaching under a fig tree. He was doing this and one of the parents came and they were very, very angry with him. They were cursing him. They were making fun of him. And so one of the boys sitting in front got up. He came to Gautam Buddha and said, let me go beat this man up. So Buddha said, no, you sit there. And he kept on lecturing. So the same boy got up again after about 15 minutes. He said, let me go beat this man. He said, no. He did it a third time. And this boy was very angry. So after about half an hour to 1 hour, all the parents had gone. This boy comes up and he says, why didn't you let me beat this man? He was so irritating. So Gautam Buddha says, you see the fig over there, go pick it up. So the boy goes, he picks the fig, he brings it to Buddha and gives it to him. Buddha does not take it. He says, you gave me the fig, I did not take it. Whose is it? He said, it's mine. He said, exactly. He came and he was calling me all kinds of names. I didn't accept it. We unfortunately rely on emotion more than we rely on cognition, which is so sad because you have the most powerful tool in the world and everybody else is using it. They advertise an iPhone 17 and this boy ends up killing himself and his family because emotions were driving his functioning. If you are going to be purely emotive beings, you will not survive in the world of management, especially if you decide to go to the West. It's an extremely challenging field. You need to develop cognition. The lecture today was actually meant to teach you why human capital management is so important. And you heard it from a world expert. Now, we're going to look at the basics of human capital management. So when you talk about human capital management, there are some fundamental principles that are very, very important. It's basically coming together in the beginning, like we are here today between these four walls, keeping together, which means that we continue to have this relationship, which is progressive, but more importantly, working together. Working together does not mean that you have a lecture and you have gone back home without really listening or understanding anything. There's no point in hearing a lecture without processing the information. You can keep a pet dog in the corner. The dog has also heard something. His behavior is not going to change. So the difference between a human being and an animal is what's between our two ears, your brain. The ability to utilize it is fundamentally important, not just in human capital management, but in your own capital management for you to succeed. We talk about these very complex processes, but the issue is, I'll play this video for you. Can you play it?
That's my pencil. No, it's mine.
ஐயோ
வீட்ல சும்மா தானே இருக்க, இபி பில் கட்டியிருக்கலாம்ல.
So basically, this shows a very typical housewife's day, isn't it? Yeah? We have a problem in that we really don't value people. We live in a culture where misogyny is almost accepted. And I have to state this very clearly, because the amount of disrespect I've seen shown to women is phenomenal. Not just in the United States, but everything going on there. It's unacceptable. The comment he made at the end saying that you're just sitting at home without doing anything, you could have at least paid the bill, was ridiculous. When you work in a corporation, if you do not see the value of an individual, you're an absolute idiot. In our hospital, Russell D'Souza had come, he visited, they did a program for us there in Canada. When our janitor retired, janitor is the person who sweeps the floors, she came, she gave me a big hug. She said, "You're the best doctor I've ever worked with." And she was there for over 30 years. The only thing I did was whenever she would walk by me, I would say, "Thank you for making this place so clean. You make a difference." I didn't do anything else. We were able to eliminate the wait list purely through the goodwill of staff. I did not have to do anything else. The art of dealing with people is recognizing that you create a sense of wellness in people, that they feel valued. If you can't do that, you should not be in a position of leadership. Don't aspire for things just because you want the title, because you will make many people miserable. Do I look better now? So when we talk about wellness, we often like to talk about wellness of the employee. We never talk about employer. Suppose I am a psychopath. You all work under me, and all I'm doing every day is demeaning what you're doing. You will have no value for me. You will not like the organization, will you? None of you will like the organization. You have to recognize that wellness is not a one-way street. Every individual is responsible for creating that sense of wellness. And one of the fundamental principles in wellness, in recognizing human capital management, is that human capital is basically something of inherent value. It is very difficult for you today to sit and see which one of you in this room will be a multimillionaire tomorrow because you come up with a unique product. It's impossible to predict. But can you recognize talent? You can. But to recognize talent, you need to be willing to listen. We've lost the art of listening. We don't even listen to our own mothers. We don't listen to our own colleagues. We're very quick to judge people. We're very quick to insult people. We're very quick to demean people. Because as a society, we have become primitive. With WhatsApp, with Instagram, it is instant pleasure. None of us have patience anymore. So there was a study done which showed that year on year, there has been cognitive decline since the onset of digital media. This is very important for you youngsters out there. We grew up at a time when we had friendships. Mary will tell you, we did not have access to cell phones. We built friendships that were of amazing value, and it was not based on your having an iPhone or not having an iPhone. There were days when I was studying in college and sometimes I did not have enough money for my food at night. Didn't bother me. My father was educating 4 of us at university. Didn't bother me at all. We didn't complain. We did with what we had. But we made it happen. And it's not as if I came from a poor family. There are over 100 doctors in my family. My aunt was the governor of Tamil Nadu. We come from a family that actually worked very hard. But education was fundamental. You cannot waste your youth. You have to learn how to manage crises. You cannot say I'm becoming suicidal because my colleagues are angry with me. The art of managing them will be what will make you succeed when you become leaders. Human capital is not what you learn in a textbook. It is what you learn every day. You asking questions when we have a panel discussion, you're doing it for yourself. You're not doing it because Professor Shambhagaraman asked you to ask questions. It is fundamentally important for you to build yourselves. So when we talk about the inherent value in human productivity, you have to look at your productivity first. The second thing, it is often measured by what we can produce. I've argued with universities about this and not many people are happy with it. They told me about indices that they need to measure. So I told them, have you ever tried to measure an individual by the collegiality he brings to an institution? They said no. It's all measured by how many papers people produce. And some of the people who produce papers are absolutely annoying people. How is human capital? He's looking out for himself. You have to value people who bring a sense of motivation and purpose to the university. And people who are collegial and humble are amazing people. Do not underestimate the value of simple people. The third one, it's measured by what they can do and not what they don't do. So if somebody does not cause trouble anywhere, and many times you have to recognize we measure leaders, especially if they are females, we have a completely different yardstick. We have a very skewed way of evaluating women leaders. And the moment a woman leader puts her foot down, they start judging her and saying, look at her, there's something wrong with her. She must be having her cycles. How insulting is that, right? That's not the way a mature society behaves. Forget a leader. We have to take responsibility for what comes out of our mouth. Because just like a bullet, once you have said it, it's there. The words we use are profoundly powerful. So when you talk about things they don't do, is people who don't go around spreading gossip, undermining institutional stability. Measured by what they're capable of doing. How do you know what somebody is capable of if you don't listen to them? When I was in school, I was not the brightest guy in maths, but I've gone on to win gold medals in most of my exams. I have no regrets in my life. I'm very happy with what I did. But if somebody had said he was an idiot and did not support me, I would not have gone anywhere in life. So whenever you see somebody who is sitting at the back, does not seem to be very involved, it's because we are not engaging them. The responsibility lies in both. You cannot be sitting there acting like school kids and gossiping with one another. That responsibility is yours. The faculty responsibility is to make it as interesting as possible. So you will find certain leaders who thrive by creating division. And I have studied this phenomenon at great length because from the time I was in school, I've generally been elected as the monitor, the class leader. I currently lead a number of national organizations. And I'm very fortunate to have associated myself with Russell D'Souza. Russell does a lot of amazing work internationally. He deals with some very challenging people. We have Professor Ved Prakash Mishra. Once you hear him speaking, you'll know what the eloquence of words is all about. But it's very important for you to carry yourself with dignity. You don't divide people. People who divide people have a very petty mind. The larger worldview of the ability of an individual to see through what the pettiness is fundamentally important in good leaders. And I'll break this down for you because this is important. Many such people need control. People who micromanage do not have strong leadership skills. There's a saying in England, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. Right? You need to pay people well. People need to know that they go back home, there is money there. The other thing is insecurity. Creating institutional wellness is the responsibility for every individual, whether it's a student or faculty, because we have much to lose if the institution does not do well. Just because you're going to get 5 seconds of fame in a newspaper is not worth it, because you would have destroyed your entire goodwill that you build with the faculty. But that does not mean if you have a grievance, you can't address it. You need to have a mechanism to address grievance, but you do not go to the press. You don't WhatsApp it. That is the primitive brain. The intelligent brain is the frontal lobe. We need to learn how to think. One of the classes I take is in teaching people how to think, because we have forgotten how to think. We all get so upset, we get so angry. Anger is our de facto emotion. So when you find people who do this, they often have a significant problem in controlling their anger. And it's very easy to say all women are like this. And I had a patient who told me this one day. He came to my clinic with his wife and he insisted on being there. I insisted he leaves the room. So the wife said, no, it's okay. Can he let him sit this time? And I said, so what seems to be the problem? They were having marital conflict. So he tells me, doctor, all women are like this. They're very selfish. They take care of themselves. So I said, was your mother selfish? He said, no. I said, my wife is not selfish. He said, no, I'm not talking about your wife. I said, you just said all women. He said, no, I didn't mean it like that. I said, you did. You did exactly say what you said. Your wife can walk away from this marriage anytime she wants. You know that. His comment was, no, she wouldn't do that. Right? I said, she can. Right now, you're bullying her. He said, I'm not bullying her. I said, yes, you are. You won't believe this. She comes back after a month for follow-up. He says, doctor, thank you so much. He's a very nice man. Sometimes we don't realize what we have. We're very ungrateful as people. We forget things. All of you sitting here, you can see, you can hear. God has blessed you with so much. We become ungrateful. It's only when you break a leg and you're lying in bed that you get to realize that the only person who's coming to care for you is your mother. The very same mother that you were insulting. The very same colleagues who you're making fun of. Being grateful for the service you receive, whether you're a manager in a company or at home, defines you as a good human being. You cannot be a leader if you're not a good human being. When I met Professor D'Souza many years ago in Hawaii, it was a random meeting I met with him. For some reason, we connected. The same reason he can today organize a conference and get the top speakers who will spend money from their own pocket to come and give a lecture. I have no funding to come here, honestly telling you. It costs over 4 lakhs to fly down from Canada to come here. But we do it because we feel he's creating something very nice. It's called human capital management. Many people have very narrow perspectives of the life. They see themselves as being the whole. What they forget is when you treat people nicely, they give you 120%. The guy who works in SRM, there was a guy I came at night. He's not from Tamil Nadu. He's from, I think, the north someplace. Very simple guy. And I had a bit of a difficulty in getting things done. All I did was I told him, thank you so much for staying up late, in Hindi. You will not believe he's waiting upon me hand and foot just to make things done. It is so easy to be kind. Do not forget the most powerful weapon you have, kindness. Good leaders create a sense of wellness. When you're not doing well in the exams, they don't undermine what you're doing. And the exams for us, when you're working, is every day. You students have no idea how lucky you are. Your parents put food on the table for you. All you have to do is study. Once you finish and you're working, it's exam every day. As physicians, when we are training, we complain about various things. The moment you start practicing, you realize that every day is a test. For you as management specialists, I am telling you, you better be prepared. So if you think you're going to learn management tomorrow, you'll never learn anything. Management starts from the day you entered this place and how you relate to your colleagues. How do you manage your colleagues? How do you relate with faculty? You have external faculty coming. How do you ask them questions? This is where you nurture your brains. So the human capital you're building is your capital. If you can't build your strengths, who are you going to manage? Do you think people can't read you? It's so easy to read people. But if you don't know how to read the other person, you will not crack many of those jobs that you want to get into. This is very important, the last 2 lines here. One is called the golem effect. The other is the Pygmalion effect. You will find this happening in Western narratives. They often like to create the sense of superiority. So they will often make comments about things that undermine other people. So for example, during the World Wars, where the number of Indian soldiers were killed, and the British officer made a comment, we lost 7 good souls, yet almost 60 Indians were killed. And when he was asked, but there were 67, isn't it? His comment was, no, but there were 7 English soldiers. This constant need to undermine another group of people, it doesn't make us any less. But we become less when we undermine one another. The most foolish thing you can do is to undermine your own colleagues. You never do that. When you work in an institute, you build one another up. Because when the other person succeeds, you succeed. The Pygmalion effect is when you talk about how smart that person is. So if I were to tell you, you're good for nothing, you're useless, you may brush it aside. But suppose each and every one of us starts telling you that, you start believing it. Our job is not to make people feel bad. Our job is to make people feel better about themselves. Don't you agree? Perfect. This is a study that was done in Harvard many, many years ago. They were looking at gender bias. So they did this study and they found that between men and women, 35% said yes, there is gender bias. You and I know there is significant gender bias. Fast forward this many years. 20 years later, the number of men who said there is gender bias was 37%. But women realize it's a problem. So the women in this group, women leaders, you have to really work 10 times harder than their male colleagues. There is an inherent bias in the system when they interview people. And yet, if you look at that video that I played for you, that lady managed her home so well. There was no fault. Yet does she get credit? She doesn't. So it's important for you to realize the inherent value that you bring to society, and nobody needs to tell you that. But people need to acknowledge it, because why? That's what you're supposed to do. Some things don't need to be taught. You need to understand and reflect on it. So the golem effect leads on to these consequences. Number one, poor expectations. So if I keep telling you you're not good at what you do, you're not going to perform well. It's impossible. This happens in families in India, where they will tell you, Dr. Sharma's son scored 99%, you got only 97%. You never do that. Never undermine your children's confidence. Never undermine your own brothers or sisters' confidence, and never undermine your colleagues' confidence. When we used to give exams for the physicians in here, we were always anxious that we were going to fail, however well you did the exams. There were those who failed the exams who were actually better than you. They did not fail because they were foolish. Many a times exams are based on luck. I'm not saying don't study and go and give an exam. What I'm trying to tell you is sometimes we get things not because we deserve it, but because we are lucky. Luck plays a part. So if you think many of the individuals you're seeing have reached high positions and it's purely on merit, it's not always like that. It's based on relationships. The relationships you build is part of your human capital management. You build goodwill, you build good trust. That's what Russell was talking about. In the different points he spoke about, each one of those actually is a management session. You need to build the collegiality between yourselves, because tomorrow these will be the very colleagues who help you when you're in difficulties. These slides are there for you to access. Impact on personal life. The reason I spoke about all these important components was because you need to learn how to think. You really have to learn how to think. If you cannot keep the mind calm, it's called internal noise. You can use white noise. There are different techniques to keep your mind calm. But it's important for you to learn your strengths and weaknesses. At the workplace, if there are managers who are micromanaging, you know they're very insecure. In education, the impact of having the golem effect is that the students underperform because the teacher does not expect them to do well. And this is the fundamental basis of the petty mind. When you are selecting as faculty members, it often becomes difficult to know if somebody is wise or petty-minded. Be careful of the petty-minded individual. We won't have time to go into it, but there are certain telltale signs of people who are petty-minded. The well mind, and I'll go through this quickly because after 25 minutes, most people switch off. They are creative, respectful. They lack arrogance. One of the people from Tamil Nadu who I have enormous respect for was Abdul Kalam. He held such high positions. Very humble man. He connected with everybody from his driver to the highest ambassadors of the United Nations. Everybody had equal respect for him. He did not wear a Rolex watch. He did not have a Mercedes-Benz. He was given a pressure cooker as a gift. He sent it back. They didn't want it. They said, it's a gift for you. He paid the money for it. Virtues like honesty may seem to have no value because of what's going on in the United States and other places. Honesty is an incredibly good value. So is kindness. Never lose sight of that. Don't become a rich man by cheating other people. It's not worth it. Because when you're ill and you're old, these are the only thoughts that will come to haunt you. Honesty is an incredible virtue. They are distinctly inclusive people. They want us all to succeed. When we all succeed, it makes for a better world. But for you to succeed, you have to remove the pettiness, the jealousy that comes in. This creates wellness. Good leaders value teamwork. They do not divide, they do not classify people. They create a sense of belonging. This is a quote from the late president. If you want to succeed, not success, try to learn from failure stories. And when this meeting was being put together, one of the things we spoke about was actually talking about failures. Some of the greatest failures in the world has resulted in the most currently most sought after inventions, including the iPhone, where this guy did not have the job initially. Don't worry about failure. If you fail your exams once or twice, don't feel bad about it. But if you're not putting in the effort to fail, you should feel bad about it. You have faculty here, you have good faculty here. You need to make the effort to connect with them. You need to engage with them, but you have to value what they bring. It's very easy to criticize people. You don't need intelligence to criticize, honestly. You don't need criticize. Criticizing people is so easy. It's like a dog that barks. The dog will bark at anybody, doesn't care who it is. Don't be a dog. Be a human, be intelligent. This was a beautiful quote I had from Dr. Abdul Kalam when he said he was asked to light a lamp. He said he took the candle to light it and he made it an effort to tell you about how we are also interconnected. And he said, I am a Muslim. I lit a Hindu's lamp with a Christian candle. This is India. This is what he said at the United Nations, and he got a standing applause. You've heard this before, so I won't repeat it. But this is what is so unique about Tamil Nadu. It's not just about the language being old, and this is what initially, when we were having the introduction, the compere spoke about it. It is not just important that we say the right things, speak of the right things. We need to do the right things. And it starts off between these four walls. We will learn how to value each other. We are told in every scripture tells us about the value of honesty. But if you look at how the stock markets are functioning in different places, people worry about AI, you start thinking people are manipulating it. One of the most important things you guys can do is to be creative. To be creative, you need to speak up. To speak up, you need to have courage. To have courage, you have to make mistakes. My advice to you today is when we have the panel, make the effort to speak. Don't worry about being right or wrong. We don't care. We are not here to judge any of you. But you can build your confidence by talking to an international panel. You have no idea the caliber of individuals who are sitting here. I'm honestly telling you, I feel honored when I share the dais with these people. And I'm not kidding. I'm telling you honestly. You would see the degrees we have and think that he's achieved a lot. I feel like a very small person. You guys need to build your confidence by making sure you build that confidence. You need to experiment. So the reason I've put this up here is you have to realize that kindness is one of the most important assets you can have. You don't need to be aggressive. You need to learn how to be assertive, especially the girls. Learn how to be assertive. The problem with our world is we focus on the temporary. We spend so much of money trying to impress people. Tomorrow, if that group of people have gone, who are you going to impress? You don't need to waste your time impressing people who don't care about you. For that, you need to have self-esteem. When you work and collaborate, always remember the self-worth is very important. Don't let anybody undermine you. We have a problem in this country with color issues. If you are not very fair, I'm not very good looking. Who cares what the other person thinks of you? Who cares? I'm not Shah Rukh Khan. I'm not a stunningly good person at all. But when I speak, people listen. It's important to build that sense of confidence. And if you guys need to learn communication skills, start speaking up and asking questions. I'm coming to the end of my lecture here. Important to work collaboratively. Important to realize when somebody gets angry with you, it is an opportunity to learn how to manage human capital. Learn how not to get aggressive. Learn how to be assertive. Learn how to negotiate. These are all skills that will help you both in your married life, in your family life, but also your work life. Don't lose an opportunity. Don't go back crying at home thinking, oh my God, I didn't do this well. Don't do that. Learn how to negotiate. Learn how to deal with the situation. This is from Tiruvalluvar in Tirukural. I don't know how many of you have read it. Most people just go on WhatsApp and when somebody else will. This is a phenomenal book. If you ever get a chance to read this, read it. Extremely wise quotes are there. He basically says, the wound that's made by a fire will heal, but the wound that's made by the tongue will never heal. With this, I end, and I can tell you in life, anything is possible. Thank you.
well, with the concurrence of Dr. Shabir, fail. This word has been very beautifully put in by Dr. Kalam, wherein he says, fail is an acronym. Fail means first attempt in learning. That's exactly the word fail, according to him, is.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for sharing your experience and perspectives with us. It is now our delight to welcome another distinguished professional, Dr. Mary Matthew. Dr. Mary Matthew brings an unique multidisciplinary perspective combining medical expertise with specialized knowledge in pathology, child health, medical law, and ethics. She pursued her MBBS from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal University, followed by a diploma in child health and an MD in pathology from the same institution. She further broadened her professional perspective through a postgraduate diploma in medical law and ethics from the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. Her diverse academic background reflects the growing importance of multidisciplinary knowledge in today's healthcare and organizational environment. Ma'am, we are truly honored to have you with us today. We warmly welcome you and look forward for your valuable insights.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can see I'm a teacher, and I can see the students, and I know their reaction to being forced to sit for lectures and classes. So my sympathy is with you, but I think you learn a lot by attending these sessions, because tomorrow you are our future for when it comes to management. And we are going to look up to you, and you're going to manage a lot of people under you. So it's important at this stage in your life to learn it the proper way and start practicing it. That's very important. So today I'm going to talk about a topic which I've been thinking about a long time. I've been in various positions of, authority or power. I started as a young assistant professor, but throughout my career, I've been in an institution for 40 years. That is from Manipal. I'm from Manipal. And after 40 years, I retired and I have come to a new university, which is called QUEL, Karbaka Vinayaga Institute, Educational Law for Learning. And it's been a very pleasant transition for me, because Manipal has taught me to be the leader that I am in. So, and during my tenure as the head of Department of Pathology, I'm a pathologist, I'm a medical doctor by profession, as well as I have a law degree. I have learned a lot about people and how to manage, and I've made many mistakes, and I've learned from them, and I've tried to hold my department together and bring about success in the department. One of the aspects which was very important was, will my staff, will my faculty, will they talk to me? Will they be ready to tell me if anything goes wrong in my department? And that is where the concept of psychological safety in the workplace becomes very important. That is what I want to talk to all of you about. For you students, it may be very relevant because you're under someone, and many times you cannot voice your opinion because you are in a way, subordinate, and your environment may not be conducive to, voice your opinions. But tomorrow you are going to manage people, and you are the ones who are going to bring out the best in your team. And that is where psychological safety comes in. Is the environment that you have created as a leader, is it safe for your team members to be open about, talk about their problems, and even, feel cared for? So these are the various aspects that I'm going to talk about. What is psychological safety? Why is it important? What are the benefits of psychological safety? What are the behaviors that threaten psychological safety? What are the ethics of psychological safety and creating a psychologically safety at work? So traditionally, when you look at workplace, we always think about physical safety for our employees. Are they safe in terms of the physical environment? But many of us don't think about, are they psychologically safe? And that is where it becomes important that we create this environment of psychological safety among our team, among our colleagues. So successfully creating psychological safety through an inclusive lens. Are you being inclusive? Are you including everyone? It's not only gender that you're including. Many times it's culture, it is language. There are people who work with you or under you who don't speak the same language. Are you including them in your team? Do they feel part of your team, or are you going to say, no, she's not from my state, she doesn't speak my language? Then the question of inclusion doesn't come in. So it should be a psychologically safe environment through an inclusive lens, which ensures that all employees experience the ability to speak up. How many of you are able to speak up to your teachers, to your authority, when something is amiss? Take risk and be your authentic self. Can you really be yourself in your team, in your classroom, without the fear of negative consequences? We are still, India traditionally, we are in a mindset of punishment. We punish very frequently, what we think is wrong, and we don't reward good behaviors and good, attitudes. So is that the environment that we have, regardless of demographics or personal lived-in experience? So building a psychological safe workplace has to prioritize inclusion. Are you including everyone into your team? So this word psychological safety was studied by Amy Edmondson. That's, she's very famous for it. You can look up her works on psychological safety. She's from the Harvard Business School. So what is psychological safety? It is a belief that one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, and mistakes. Many times, when we talk, even in our family at home, when you say something, your parents say, keep quiet, We have that habit which comes so automatically, but the minute you say that to your child, you've already created an environment for the child which says, I should not say anything to my parents, So it's very important for us to develop it at the workplace, at the schools. A lot of teachers, not only teachers in professional institute, but even schools, teachers should be taught how to bring up a child, how to teach a child. That is very, very important because they're very impressionable. That age when you're growing up is very impressionable. What happens to you at that time is going to decide how you're going to behave in future. So it's very important when you don't have moral exemplars, that is someone to look up to, then it becomes a problem. Many times, if you see, I don't know how frequently it happens, but if a child comes home and says something and, tries to correct a parent, the child will immediately say, my teacher said, my miss said, you have to do it like this, you have to say it. And that is a very good thing. That means the child is learning the correct thing, all right? So there should be absence of interpersonal fear, and employees should feel free to voice ideas and ask questions, okay? So the environment should not be one of humiliation, all right? So there are 4 stages of psychological safety. That is, the first is your employees should feel included. They should feel like they belong and are appreciated for being themselves. And I'm asking all of you while I'm talking to reflect on your own teams, on your own, as teachers. Are your students able to feel that they are included, or do you exclude a group of students and give a favor certain groups of students? So I studied when I was teaching in Manipal. We have very international students. We had students from Malaysia, from all over the world. And during the vivas of one of the students, I had one Indian student, I had a Chinese student. So the Indian student, I gave 9.5 marks out of 10, and the Chinese student, I gave 9. And so the Chinese student questioned me, said, how is it that you gave him 9.5, 9.5, and why did you give me 9? So I had a choice. I can say it is my wish. I could have told the students. But then I sat and explained what the other student did well compared to you. And he was gracious enough to accept that explanation. So I believe that I created that environment where he can question me. Many times when teachers are questioned, we become very defensive. Teachers should never be defensive. They should be ready for an explanation, right? Is your the other part of psychological safety is learning. Are the employees feeling safe, participating in learning experience? Are they contributing? Employees feel safe using their skills, making a difference and participating. Only if you have all these will they start bringing out the best in themselves. Many times as teachers, we struggle a lot to bring students the best out of a student. I've had students of very different, even though they're all medical students, their interests were not always medicine. Some of them were very good in computers, some wanted to be singers. Many of them were forced by their parents to take medicine. We've had a lot of that, forced into doing a profession where their father and mother is a doctor, so you have to be a doctor. I have dealt with students like that. So you should remember, they're not sold to your idea of becoming a doctor. But you have to convince them. We have learners who are slow, learners who are very fast, and that's sometimes in a classroom, it becomes very disruptive. Because the slow learners, for them it is difficult to understand, so they give up. And the fast learners, they've already learned everything, so what are you contributing new for them to learn? So it becomes difficult. So you have to provide an environment for all types of learners. And is that environment conducive for them to speak up about their problems? So only then will they contribute to your team. And challenging, I don't know if many here can challenge or question authority. Just because I said that, please don't go and challenge all the authority here in SRM, okay? But are you safe to challenge the authority? Speak up when something is not right. That is important for us when we talk about psychological safety, all right? So it is when you create that kind of an environment, it is the absence of interpersonal fear. You can talk to each other without any inhibition, without any fear of any repercussions. And you can admit your mistakes. Most of the time, we never like to admit our mistakes, but in medicine, admitting mistakes is because an error is very costly in medicine. You can lose a patient can die because of your mistake. And if you don't admit that error, then it's going to get even more costlier, all right? So we have this policy called no blame, no shame. That is, you admit your mistakes, learn from it, and move forward, following corrective actions, all right? So that should be the environment. So you have to build a psychologically safe environment, which is inclusive, all right? And this is very important, especially for all of you as management students, to create that as in your teams, all right? So am I going backwards? Yeah, all right. So these are the 4 quadrants of psychological safety. So you have what is called as a learner safety. So when you have this learner safety, the environment is safe for the person to discover, ask questions, experiment, learn from mistakes, and look for new opportunities. How many of you actually question your teacher in the class? I just want a show of hands. Say anybody, because many of you are students. Do you question your teacher? Do you raise hands and ask a question? You do. Some of you do, all right? In all classes or only specific teachers' classes? In all classes? All right. So then your teachers are doing a good job, that means that you can ask questions, because you need to ask questions to learn. So that is what is called as a learner safety. Then you have a collaborative. Your sir is very happy that the environment is safe for all of you to challenge and question. All right. Collaborative safety, that is, it is safe to engage in an unconstrained way, interact with colleagues, have mutual access, maintain an open dialogue, and foster constructive debate. Debating should always happen. You should be able to debate on any questions, because any topic, because everyone need not think the same way. And only when you debate, you learn from others' ideas, all right? Inclusion safety. How many of you feel you're included, or are you excluded in your teamwork, in your class? That is very important. Do you differentiate between a student who's from Tamil Nadu versus a student who comes from an outer state? Have you ever asked your, colleagues, do you feel excluded? Yeah, so that is very important when it comes to psychological safety. Challenger safety, of course. Is it safe to challenge the status quo, speak up, express ideas, identify problems, and identify changes and identify problems, all right? So this is what they say. For a team to perform very well, there should be psychological safety. Otherwise, you will not get the best of your team, right? So once an environment is psychologically safe, then they start taking smart risks. They are able to make mistakes, yes, but they learn from that mistakes, admit it, and they're able to share their opinions with team and being candid with one another. So this safety unlocks innovation and prevent costly errors, especially in our field, that is the medical field, but of course it's costly also in the management field, all right? So these are the 4 stages of psychological safety. Once you know that you're included, then you're able to learn, contribute, and then challenge the status quo, all right? So what are the barriers, benefits of psychological safety? So if you look at this cycle, if an environment is psychologically safe, you're comfortable in admitting mistakes, you learn from the failure, everyone openly shares ideas, and there's better innovation and decision making. Whereas if it is, there is psychological danger, then there's a fear of admitting mistakes, then the blame game happens. Everybody starts blaming the other person for what has happened. You're less likely to share, your views and other people's perspective, and there's what is called as common knowledge effect. So nobody sharing any new ideas. The same idea that has been there before keeps on perpetuating and continuing. So there's absolutely no contribution in the team, all right? So these are some of the behaviors that, to identify behaviors which threaten psychological safety. And one of the most important thing is bullying, intimidation, and ruling by fear. This is very common in people who sit in positions of power. Because we have experienced, we have worked under different leaders. Very few are like what Professor Russell was saying, a compassionate leader. Most of the time you experience an autocratic kind of a leader, where the leader says, whatever the leader says, you have to follow without questioning, okay? That doesn't work for a team, okay? For a team, to get your team to perform well, you have to be a compassionate leader. Many times, you've seen this, someone, a boss coming out of the office and suddenly scolding someone in front of, or a student is being scolded in front of everyone. Isn't that don't you feel humiliated when the teacher scolds you in class? Do you feel humiliated? you do, because it brings down your morale and your self-esteem. So that is a behavior that should not be encouraged. The second is responding poorly when someone speaks up, all right? So many times we have to practice this. Even before someone comes and tells you something, you react emotionally. Many times we have to think and calm ourselves down and give a response. That's very important for us to practice. This immediate response to everything doesn't help, it doesn't work, all right? So you have to learn to, bad news will always come to you, but how you respond to it and how you respond to your colleagues or your team members become very important, all right? So you have to make a conscious effort how you're going to respond to bad news. Breaking a promise. Many times, in a team, usually it's based on trust. Everybody trusts each other. But if that trust is broken, then a team cannot move forward, or you will not get anything good out of the team. So if you were to promise your team members something, you have to make sure that you go through it, okay? Otherwise, that trust with your team leader will be broken. Having the wrong person in the room, okay? You want to correct a student, you want to correct an employee, all right? You call the employee to the room, but in the presence of the CEO, that person is never going to tell what was wrong, right? Something wrong has happened. You want to call that particular student or employee to your room, but then you also call the CEO or call the dean also into the room. That is very humiliating, isn't it, for the person? So you have to think about all these kind of things. Self-aggrandizing. You have leaders who, they want everything big. A big office, a big table, a big, you have seen leaders like that, where there's a lot of show, yeah? So that is self-aggrandizing, overt demonstration of power and authority, large desk, executive travel, they want first class, business class travel, but for all the employees, it's a different, economy, those kind of things, right? So for you, it is one rule. The other, for your employees, is another rule. These are all behaviors that threaten psychological safety. Taking credit for success. Many times you'll have bosses who will take success for the, when the team does good, the boss says, yeah, it is my team, my effort, right? But you don't give credit to the person who actually contributed. See, that is also, it's quite threatening. Don't take picture from backside. Not my backside. Yeah. So, all right. So a good leader, or when it comes to blame, the leader, abdicates his responsibility, says, it's not my fault, it is my employee's fault. So a good leader takes less than the fair share of credit and more than the fair share of blame. I always give an example. I was fortunate as a young professor to be mentored by a very good, professor. His name is Dr. Ram Narayan. He's been my teacher, he's been my teacher, mentor. So as a pathologist, what do we do as a pathologist? All the biopsies that come from the surgeons, all those tissue biopsies that come, we have to give a report. We have to say whether it's cancer, not cancer, whatever. So pathologists are in constant fight with the surgeons who send the biopsies, because the surgeons, the minute they take out that tissue from the operation table, they'll call the pathologist and say, what is the diagnosis, even before the tissue has reached our office. They want to know the diagnosis. So they keep bossing the pathologist. So we are always, as young junior faculty, we used to be very stressed out and, because they'll say, it is the dean's wife's sister-in-law, someone's biopsy that is coming. And by then we are all nervous, and they say, we want the report now within 30 minutes, please release the report. And it's not humanly possible, even though they know it is, But my boss always used to tell us, he said, you give your biopsy reports. If there is any credit, the credit is yours. If there is any blame, I will take the blame. I will handle it. And because he said that, we felt so powerful. We said, Ram Narayan sir said that we don't have to worry. See, when your boss is there behind you to protect you, you'll get the best out of your team. So as a leader, you should be able to support your team, defend your team, and take credit only what is required and not much more, and take blame, when it is there. So that is what is important as a leader. Micromanaging, as a leader, you go manage every little thing, spelling mistake, comma, dot, everything you start checking. We are pointing to your dean. Okay, every comma, when you start micromanaging like that, people, there is a loss of trust. So the person will feel, all these small mistakes, he's looking at, it and all that. So it becomes difficult. That trust becomes a problem. So don't go and I always believe, give autonomy to your employees. Let them do what they have to do, and the best will come back to you. All right? You can suggest, you can give your opinion, you can give, you can praise them, you can do a lot of other things, but give them the autonomy to say that to show that they are capable of doing something. All right? So that is creating an environment of safety. Measuring inputs, So this is a word I learned from Professor Russell. Presenteeism, very important. People come to work just for that. They are present. There's hardly any contribution. They'll sit there, they'll sit on that chair, warm the chair, and then when the 3 o'clock or 3:30 time comes, they go. There is no contribution at all, but they're present. They're present, and so this is not a culture that we should be encouraging. Present with output. We need quality. We need something out of that. So this is so many times when an employee is very discouraged, they just turn up for work and do nothing. They don't contribute. So that is very important. That we have to look into and address the issue. So a leader who builds psychological safety would encourage open communication, value collaboration. How many times your boss has said, or your teacher has said, you've done a good job? Yeah? Don't you feel happy when your teacher says you've done such a good job? I think as teachers and leaders, we have to practice that. Appreciate what our students are bringing to the table and give them the fair share of credit. Recognize and respect boundaries. Okay, just because your teacher is friendly doesn't mean you can go pat her on the back and say high five and all those kind of. No, there is a boundary. There is a respect to be maintained. All right. Nurture growth mindset. They should be growing every day, and this is for all of you. What Professor Shabir was saying. Have you grown today? Have you learned something new today? Even if it's one simple thing. Have you learned that today, or you've just come and gone? That's it. What have you learned from today's conference? That is very important. Prioritize empathy and inclusivity. Professor Shabir has already spoken about it. It doesn't take a lot. My sister always used to tell me, it costs nothing to be kind. Nothing. It's very easy to be mean and to criticize. It costs you nothing to be kind. In fact, you'll only be rewarded, all right? But a leader who creates a toxic workplace culture, suppresses difference of opinion, encourages competition, ignores work-life balance, okay? Many times they'll say, oh, your children have already finished, they are all working, so you can, sit longer hours, or, those kind of statements which are very hurting. Punishing mistakes, lack of empathy and inclusivity. So remember, when I'm talking about this, tomorrow you are the leaders. You are going to build a team. You're going to supervise people under you. Are you creating a culture of safety, psychological safety, or are you creating a toxic environment? All right. So as a leader, you should always think, that you should try as much as possible to prevent harm from happening to your employees, whatever it is, okay? You have a duty to care for them. They're not just, that's why this word resources and human capital are coming up. Because if you look at your employee as just a resource and not as a human, then your idea of management will change, you know. Are you being just? Are you being fair? These are all aspects that you have to look into, all right? Are you helping your team to succeed? Are you getting the best out of your team, all right? So what you can start as leaders is measure psychological safety. Can you just, you know, in your classroom or in your team, just ask a question whether all of you are feeling safe to admit mistakes or to question the leader? If I were to put that question for you, how many of you will actually write the truth? Are you feeling psychologically safe in your environment? Okay. So this is the graph when it comes to psychological safety. So if you look at it, you have a person with low motivation and low psychological safety, then they'll always be in the zone of apathy. You won't get nothing out of that employee. If you have an employee whose motivation is low, but psychological safety is very high, then they are very comfortable. That also they won't contribute to your team. You have an employee whose motivation is very high, but the environment is not psychologically safe, then they'll always be anxious. And if you have the best employee that you can have is one who has a very high motivation and the environment is psychologically safe. That is the type of employee that you need to get, where they will bring out the best. They will be high performing employees. Okay, so this is the same as that. And this is what psychological safety looks like, and where we have spoken about it: free to admit mistakes, you're comfortable with the team, you have no trouble when you have a problem, you ask for assistance, you can openly share criticism, constructive criticism, and feel safe reporting discrimination. So all of you have to think about all this when you go back and tomorrow, when you become leaders tomorrow, all right? So how do we create a psychologically safe environment? We should, first and foremost, we should examine ourselves. As a leader, am I providing that psychologically safe environment? Are you demonstrating concern for your team and members? Are you asking their opinions? There are many leaders who will sit in positions of power and just give orders. But have you asked your team, you know, is there a problem? Can we address this? Give me a solution. Can we address this in a different way? That is that is a sign of a very good leader. Provide multiple ways for employees to share their thought, show value and appreciation for ideas. Is a very, in Indian culture, we rarely praise people for actual contribution. I'm not talking or just praising your good and all that, but I'm saying for their contribution. Today, one student has just done something small. I think Dr. Shabir was talking about how he keeps praising the janitor. See, for you and me, it is nothing, but for the janitor, it was so very important that someone actually appreciated that she cleaned the floor very well today. Are we doing that for our employees? Are we going and see, Dr. Russell and I, we have done many workshops together. So in one of the workshops, we asked all of them, the faculty, they were all medical faculty, surgeons, medicines and all that. And, we told them, we said, please go home today and tell your spouse, your child, that you love them or I appreciate what you do. So this was their homework. So they went home and they said, and everybody came back and said, my wife was very happy. I appreciated her. So one orthopedic surgeon stood up and said, I had a problem. I told my wife, I love you. And the wife told, are you drunk? So because we so rarely say, do we say thank you to our parents even once, for doing something for us? These kind of things, we take it for granted. It's a very Indian culture. We take our families, children, our work, employers, employees as for granted. But have you ever thanked them? It doesn't cost us. It's just a 1-second job. So that is something you should try and work on, all right? Encourage positive dialogue and discussion. Be precise with information and commitments. Explain reasons for change. Many times as leaders, we just decide today I'm going to change something in the system. No explanation, nothing. We need to discuss with our colleagues why we need to change the system and own up for mistakes, all right? So I am ending with this quote by Eleanor Roosevelt, which I feel is very important. To handle yourself, use your head. To handle others, use your heart. All right? So this is the true meaning of a very empathetic leader. So thank you very much. And I hope tomorrow we will see leaders, empathetic leaders, who create a work culture that is safe for everyone to work in. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable thoughts and enriching this gathering with your multidisciplinary perspectives. Now we have come to the end of the morning session. We invite all our distinguished dignitaries, speakers, participants to join us for the refreshment. The conference proceedings will resume after the lunch break as per scheduled program. So I request everyone to go to the dining area for the lunch.
I request all students to be on time. After the lunch break, the attendance will be taken.
Yesterday was 88 years. I met him in his school.
Is it conducive for growth or it is harming the growth? Harming the growth.
He is creating business values along with the employees being considered it as a threat as well as an opportunity, because when he is executed when AI comes to implementation in business missions. This could be controlled by giving awareness about the AI advantages to the employees.
And what about the disadvantages?
Disadvantages, they should consider it as a opportunity, sir. They should use it for...
Without risk?
No, sir.
Then who will be orienting on the risks? What will be with data fudging? What will happen to data secrecy?
For that only we are using that governance, proper governance of the data.
Without risk. Using what percent talking about. We are all wanting to see.
Along with human augmentation, we can make.
Human augmentation only with reference to analytics, retrieval, archive. What about value addition? It will be value creation. If the value creation premium, will it help in value addition? That is another thing which has to be thought of. These are the two arms against which it has to be thought of. Balance it with another. Next time they will come and say, one more arm.
Automobile and it is for the investment performance analysis.
Which is the most likely prospering industry in coming 5 years? Predictive analysis. Oh, we didn't have that. Was it the same method or was it part of some class that you got the same year?
Because IT will be
To work out any foreign brand in terms of sales. So is that the whole talking in terms of service usage by how many automobiles which are Indian made? Not the other platforms. But we can decline. Japan has taken it. Germany has taken it. And what version do you have? Where was India? We never think in terms of all this. I'm not talking about the local manufacturing which is being adversely affected by this. Nobody talks about it. It is eating into the vitals of the Indian industry. Because you are getting reduced down to just a buyer's market. You should be a seller's market. That's why they are not. Logistics. How about the language model? Logistics will be the computation. Operation. Large language model is where is the LLM? What about the LLM? Branding and marketing. And what is the best way that you have been able to work on? In terms of operational approaches.
I mean, I don't like it either. I think it's a good way. I mean, I think it's better. Yeah, they don't
I hope you had a pleasant and refreshing lunch break. As we resume the proceeding of today's conference, we now move into an engaging and thought-provoking afternoon session.
We now come to another distinguished personality whose contributions to psychiatry, research, and academic medicine have received national and international recognition. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Rajiv Tandon, an eminent psychiatrist, researcher, and academician. Dr. Tandon currently serves as Professor Emeritus in the Department of Psychiatry at Western Michigan University, Homer Stryker, MD School of Medicine, and is a board-certified psychiatrist. He is an alumnus of the prestigious All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi, and pursued his psychiatric training at National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences and the University of Michigan Medical Center. His academic journey also includes a master's degree in clinical research design and statistical analysis from the University of Michigan School of Public Health and a diploma in management development from Harvard Business School. With more than 300 scientific publications and numerous national and international recognitions, Dr. Tandon has made significant contributions to psychiatric research and education. So, we are deeply grateful for your presence here. We are delighted to have him with us, and we look forward to his valuable guidance as the moderator for today's panel discussion on launching an elective on psychological medicine and the workplace.
Organization, yeah.
As we continue this distinguished gathering, it is our indistinct honor to welcome an illustrious personality and highly respected member of the medical and academic fraternity, Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra. Dr. Mishra is widely recognized for his remarkable contribution to medical education and academic leadership and higher education. He has held distinguished academic and leadership responsibility and has been associated with the UNESCO Chair in Bioethics, Haifa. His illustrious career reflects a remarkable combination of academic excellence, visionary leadership, and dedicated service to education and healthcare. With more than 100 prestigious national and international awards recognizing his contribution and services, Dr. Mishra's journey stands as an inspiration to academicians, healthcare professionals, and young minds alike. So we are truly honored to have you among us today. We warmly welcome you and forward to being enriched to your wisdom, experience, and valuable insights. May I now invite Dr. Dr. Veda Prakash Mishra to and all the dignitaries for the panel discussion. Thank you.
We are here on your invitation. Please go ahead. Should we get going or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. And what we're going to be discussing over the next 45 minutes is you've had presentations on what organizational psychological medicine is. You've had other presentations on a range of topics. But what is the relevance to a business school of organizational psychological medicine? Why? And I'm going to suggest to you that there are two different important reasons why this might be relevant. And that's something that we're going to engage with our panel on. But before we say anything, let me ask you, how much in your curricula, in the different courses that you're doing, how much exposure do you have to discussion of the health sector? How much? Would you say one lecture maybe, or maybe half a lecture? or maybe one discussion, one case, or none? MBA in healthcare. MBA in healthcare. And why do you have that program? Why? I mean, why is healthcare as an industry relevant?
MBA in healthcare and hospital management. We are running the program for more than a decade.
Right.
And it is doing well. Around 40 students to 60 students, they will join every year.
So this is interesting.
Yeah.
It's not just healthcare, it's healthcare and hospital management, right?
Yeah.
And how much do you actually go to hospitals? Do you actually go to clinics as part of this? Or do you go to your own hospital?
Yeah, they have to go to the industry or any hospital for their internship and their project. So we have already arranged with our SRM Global
I got it.
Hospital, SRM Hospital, and outside also, MGM, Apollo Hospitals, those hospitals in and around Chennai and throughout India, people are going.
I got
Students
it.
are going.
So what percentage? So India's gross domestic product has been increasing by about what, 6%, 7% now for the last few years. What percentage of our expenditure is related to healthcare, of the GDP? If anyone can tell me, yeah, boliye. So this is an important statement that 2.91. So this is a very important statement that Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra made. 2.91% in the budget. In the budget, okay? So if you look at the GDP total, and you look at all healthcare expenditure, not just governmental expenditure, it's about 4%, okay? The 2.91% is also an aspirational thing because the actual expenditure, it might be there in the budget and they aspire to get to 3%. But the actual government thing has not exceeded 2% in terms of actual money that they've put in, okay? So just for the comparison, I have been living in the United States now for 42 years. Do you know what percentage of the US GDP is related to healthcare? No? I'll give you some options. 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%? Huh? 18%. Oh, you're giving me exact. I mean, I didn't even give you that choice, but you're exactly correct. It is 18%. So it is 18. So you can see that as a nation progresses, the importance of the health sector in terms of its overall GDP, increases. But even more importantly, health is vital to all of us. And, protecting, promoting health is critical for any nation. And the two reasons why I think it's really, why I think having a special exposure to the healthcare sector is important. Two reasons. One is that basically the health sector is an increasing part of the economy. Understanding it is important. But when you say that, we have a special MBA for healthcare and hospital management, it's interesting the way you phrase it, that basically it's a management thing, but in terms of any understanding of what healthcare is, what healthcare involves, there's not a whole lot that you have. And that is an important exposure to have. One of the things that, physicians, doctors, for example, are concerned about is all the MBAs, all who are running different health systems, they don't understand healthcare. Now, it's also true that physicians don't understand business, or, so that's a challenge. It's important to understand each other. And so I think that is something to consider. But the other part of it is, we don't think about medicine as being relevant to promoting wellness, to protecting and promoting human capital. You think about, so you've got a department, I'm sure, of behavioral economics. Do you have a department of behavioral economics? Or what do you have? What do you call it? You have behavioral psychology. So you even more than it's not just economics. You have a department of behavioral psychology. Do you have a department of psychological medicine? No, you don't. You don't have psychological medicine. Right. So why is medicine important? Okay. Now, when you get health care, any kind of health care, even mental health care, medicine is relevant because we all think of mindfulness, you were talking about, as the catchword, mindfulness, mind. What is your mind without your brain? You don't have a mind without your brain, let me tell you. And so the brain is, and that's where the medicine part becomes relevant. And it's not just preventing disease or serious mental illness, but actually, how can you promote wellness? Mental wellness involves the brain. So with that, Russell, let me ask you, you know, you developed this idea of organizational psychological medicine and you established the institute.
It's not an idea, it's there.
That's what I'm saying. Now it's no longer, it's not an idea. But you developed that. What I'm asking you is, you have behavioral psychology and behavioral in all business schools. Why is psychological medicine not made its presence?
Well, I mean, I guess. Well, I think, in my view, I also have my qualifications in management. I'm also a fellow of the Australasian College of Health Service as well as the Royal College of Medical Administrators. But what I think is probably psychiatry and psychiatrists have spent a lot of time, rightly so, on helping ill people. And in that process of managing illness, they have forgotten or they have left behind wellness, which in the current day, in the last 20 years or 25 years, positive psychology has become a well recognized evidence-based direction. And certainly, I remember Dilip Jaisty starting positive psychiatry. But I think that is one of the reasons that a lot of focus has been on illness. And no one has worried too much about wellness. But when we look at what's happening around the world, the Mayo Clinic, and there is good evidence to show that this is a factor that is, it is as equal or as important or even more important than the financial KPIs and all that.
So medicine, historically, has always been dealing with illness. It's changing now.
Yes.
In other branches of medicine, it's changing with some
Prevention.
recognition and some focus on wellness. And psychiatry has been a laggard in that regard. So it's important. But if I am the dean of a business school, or if I ask you, I've got behavioral psychology. Why do I need this medicine part? What do you offer? Or what is different? I know you had a you presented on the issue of capital and resource or things of that sort. But what does medicine have to offer?
Well, as you can see, I gave you the gamut of organizational psychological medicine, which goes far beyond just behavioral psychology. Yes, 7 areas. He put it out. 7 areas. It goes into beyond behavioral economics. There is of course, psychology is one of it. Psychiatry is an important part, but there are the other 9 areas.
So why can they not be covered by behavioral psychology? I mean, if you look at those 7 areas, I'm thinking, what does medicine offer? Because that's the question that anyone would have, right?
Well, we know that there's 2 parts. One other part is managing the mind, as Shabir had talked about the mind, and managing, as it were, the heart, which is the biological aspect, and these combined together, and ultimately we see wellness as an important, again, if you talk of executive leadership, that's one of the metrics that you're watching, not just they look at that metrics too. So I think the time has come, with all the changes, with all what's happening, that this is an area that some amount of knowledge, all executive management should be aware of.
Absolutely.
And use those competencies. We do have it, but I think every management, while some people think this is good for the hospital management. I spoke to, I think, your previous vice pro-chancellor, and I used to tell him, in management, what are you dealing with? In HR, and you're dealing with human beings. What are we talking about? Human beings, right? But we're talking of the same human being. How do we deal with them from an area that is important, ultimately, beyond just administration? Do you see what I mean? So when we spoke today, we talked of the importance of engagement, importance of flourishing, which is meaning-based engagement, the importance of trust, the importance of culture, and Dr. Ved Prakash brought in beautifully, culture can also be called ambience. Okay, so when you look at this organization, what is the culture that demonstrates, or what is the ambience, which takes into account multi-factors, right?
So, one of the things I would share with you is, I mean, this is something, an area that you're very familiar with. My exposure to economics, for example, was in high school. And this is now almost 55 years ago, 56 years ago. And I was taught about the factors of production, right? And the factors of production at that time that I was exposed to were land, capital, labor, and entrepreneurship. Those were the 4 factors of production, right? Now, of course, there were others who thought about, no. Labor is what creates value, right? That they take all that was the Marxian way of thinking. Adam Smith. I mean, so there were different perspectives. But one of the things to keep in mind is this was my exposure to it was 55, 60 years ago. Things have changed enormously. The human contribution to value in any organization has increased progressively. Now, it's CEOs and managing directors who seem to be compensated very well, and the other parts, the other layers, human layers, if you will, are not as well compensated. But it's changing, and it has changed. And the importance, so no one was talking about capital. When they talked about capital, they were talking about material capital. They were not even thinking of human capital. It was labor, right? Which was, and now the importance of human capital, I mean, sustaining it, developing it, and its centrality to any organizational success is very well recognized. So, Shabir, one of the questions is, so I think there is increasing recognition that promoting wellness is key to promoting human capital, which in turn is key to any organization's productivity success. But I'm still puzzling with the role of medicine in all of this? Why medicine?
You see, one thing you keep, you talk about wellness.
Yeah.
But wellness is one aspect of potential enhancement.
Sure.
So we are talking here, when I talk of organizational, I give you 9 areas, but the ultimate is potential enhancement.
Sure.
If you're well, certainly that, as we said, healthy or, person who's flourishing, if the human capital is flourishing, the organization is also going to be, and that's the evidence we have. And another thing is, from those days to now, we have more evidence. There's more evidence to the effect
So
of
there's
the-
clearly more evidence about the importance of building, sustaining human capital. But the question again becomes, as you point out, wellness is one aspect of human capital enhancement. But education, training, or continuing train, there are a number of different elements. The question is, what role do we have, or does organizational psychological medicine have in terms of promoting wellness? So, Shabir?
Thanks, Rajiv. Thanks, Russell, for the insights into organizational psychological medicine. One of the fundamental flaws we have in our lives is we assume that we are mentally well. Like we assume you're physically well until you have an illness and you start sneezing. With mental illness, the sneeze may be that you're getting angry very quickly, you're not sleeping well. So the manifestations of a psychological ill-being is usually something that we don't recognize as being a problem. So you assume the person is okay, and it's not okay. So sometimes people come in, they're binge eating, they're eating more than usual. So if it is a physical illness, they probably will be throwing up. So you can see it and you know there is a problem. With psychological ill-being, only psychiatrists or trained individuals in mental health are aware of those subtle signs. Going and seeing a psychiatrist doesn't make you a paithyagaran. We have a lot of stigma in society. Unless you understand what these symptoms are, you cannot function optimally. Forget work, forget at home. Even as an individual, you cannot function well. So I think it is extremely important for there to be organizational psychological medicine that plays a role in defining normalcy and wellness rather than purely illness.
One important part that comes, Dr. Mary mentioned this, about 15 years, 20 years ago or 15 years ago, a whole area was into presenteeism. Now, you know what presenteeism is? You are at work, you're not scheming, but you're not able to optimize, to give your optimum or your potential because of subsyndromal issues. And there are a number of studies, they gave dysthymia, not major depression. The impact that had on outcome, including irritable bowel, another one, mind, not yet diagnosed, but just those subsyndromal issues were bringing in 3 times costlier than absenteeism, 3 or 4 times. This was an American study, and they actually showed how many billion was being lost in each country, not India, but I know Australia had something like 60 billion. So it was called presenteeism. Now, this was not people sitting there and dodging. It was people wanting to work, but where their potential was hampered or their optimum was reduced due to many factors which are subsyndromal, not something that what Rajiv mentioned, Shabir had mentioned. You go and get once you say you're Paithikar, then you're on sick leave or you finish your job. This is sitting down there. So they came out that it is 4 times more costly. So when I say that, that was a study, I mean, that work has been going on called presenteeism. But what we're talking of is where we are able to prevent those type of issues that are costing billions to the organization or to the country itself. Yes.
So I think, what I'm understanding both of you to say is, A, in terms of promoting mental wellness, enhancing it, promoting it, guarding against any deterioration, that is critical to any organization. And there needs to be significant investment and understanding of it. But what I'm also understanding you to say is medicine has an important role to play. And yes, medicine, psychiatry in this case, has neglected wellness and emphasized only dealing with illness. But that is changing. But it has a critical role to play because the brain is a big part of the mind, if you will. So when you say mindfulness, wonderful thing. Mindfulness involves the brain. And so that's where organizational psychological medicine, is really important. But Mary, I mean, Dr. D'Souza was referring to you in terms of presenteeism. But beyond presenteeism, at a concrete level, down to the earth, what does promoting wellness look like?
I think, Chair, the scope and relevance of medicine first needs to be discerned very carefully.
Mm-hmm.
I think the answer to this lies when the global community congregated to define what is health. And Dr. Shabir, nowhere in the world, anything which has been defined at any point of time begins with a negative connotation. It will never. But the only definition, Chair, which begins with a negative connotation is the answer to the probity that the Chair is wanting to make. And that is, what is health? It's not my definition. It's not your definition. It's not his or her definition. It's the global definition. And the modification which was made at Alma Ata Declaration also I will refer. And the definition reads, Professor Russell, health does not mean absence of infirmity or disease, but is a complete state of well-being in physical, behavioral, emotional, intellectual, psychological, social, and spiritual domain, which is designated as positive health. And the medicinal incorporation of the same, which is in terms of the modification worked out at Alma Ata Declaration, says it will be in the domains of A, preventive health, B, promotive health, C, curative health, and D, rehabilitative health. This is the 360-degree, and now therefore I'm wanting to answer what has been put as a matter of probing, that when you are talking of the state of individual health, it is not only curative domain, it is preventive domain, not to fall sick. Therefore, immunoelevation is the one answer. Therefore, and it is not only in terms of physical quadrant, it is 7 quadrants taken together, which is defined as holistic health, or what is called as a positive state of health, mind, body, spirit, soul, thought, action, contemplation. This is the entire rubric. Now, what is applicable, which goes to indicate medicine is an intervention in traditional thought for the purposes of taking curative part, that is disease. But then, what is the coinage of the word disease? Chair, the disease is a connotative combination of 2 words, where DIS stands for displacement and remaining is ease. When ease for any reason is displaced, the manifestation is dis-ease, that is displacement of ease. And the wellness is restoration of ease and also ensuring that this ease is not displaced. Therefore, it is preventive, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative. What holds true in case of institution? When I am talking of behavioral psychology ultimately is a contemplation of the manifestation of that psyche, which is in terms of individualization and group interaction. This far and no further. Where is the preventive domain incorporated in it? What is the promotive domain incorporated in it? What is the curative domain incorporated in it? And where is the rehabilitative domain incorporated in it? It's in that context. The 4 contours which are worked up in Alma Ata Declaration need to be inbuilt into any and every organization, because Peter Drucker candidly puts across, you dig deep into any organization, you will find men, men and men alone, which of course include men and women together. It's in that context, these dimensions are equally applicable to organization as a functional congregation of people in terms of predetermined objectives for the purposes of giving predetermined outcomes in an optimal manner. This is the exact definition that we are wanting to put. And in that context, what is applicable to individual is collectively applicable to organization. Therefore, the component of psychological and organizational medicine to be inbuilt into an organization is inevitable, must, as not as a prerequisite, but as a mandatory. Hence, it ought to be there. That's my submission.
Thank you. So, Mary, is it the role of the individual in terms of promoting, preventing wellness? Is it the role of an organization? I mean, we think about individual and clinician, that relationship, and medicine basically is not just about curing a disease, but it's also prevention, promotion, as Dr. Mishra points out. But isn't that between person and the provider? Where is an organization where a person will come in? Is there a role for the organization?
I think, thank you for the question. I think organizations have a role to play, because if we need our employees and our, those who are working with us and for us to be well, we have a role to identify areas or other individuals who are lagging, in their contribution towards the organization. What happens is at least let me take it at my level in terms of when I was the head of department. There were faculty who were not performing up to the mark, because at the end of the year, we are supposed to give them appraisal, but that is based on, the output of the work. And in some cases, you can see from previous year to this year, they have not been performing well. We don't go further and analyze why that happened. There are a lot of things that happens in an individual's life that, you come to work carrying everything. And whatever, and that affects your output. Now, if we as people who are sitting at the management level are not able to identify that there is a problem, then we cannot, it'll continue as it is. The growth of any organization is dependent on the people who are contributing to it.
So what I'm hearing you say is that one of the roles of the organization is to recognize poor performance or declining or suboptimal performance of the individual. That is a role of the organization.
Yeah.
Is that the only role in terms of?
No, the thing is also, the other thing is, when I talk about psychological safety, are we providing that environment? Is the environment conducive for them to give their best? At that level, we should actually introspect and see and, make changes, appropriate changes, so that the performance increases. Like, for example, a lot of our postgraduate students go through a lot of problems when they come, into the MD course. I'm talking about medical MD course. Many times they're not able to handle situations. You can see them shouting at the surgeons, and you realize, and we blame it on their character. We say, that person is short-tempered. But according to me, there is a reason behind that. And if we don't identify that and correct it, I've seen many postgraduates of mine who have gone downhill, who have given up the course because they're so stressed they can't given up the course because we were not able to identify or help them. So I think at an organizational level, at a managerial level, we have to identify this. Individually, it is up to us to take that decision whether today can I come in for work and give my best.
I hear
That
what
is
you
also
said.
important because we can, like he said, presentism. You can go and, be in your workplace, but you may not give your best.
But isn't that an individual thing? Where does the organization come in there? I come to
No,
work.
I'm saying contribution of both.
Sure.
At an organizational, individuals also have a role to play. We cannot say that, it's only the organization that
Absolutely.
has to identify the cause, the root cause. Individual also has to take, what shall I say, responsibility for their actions and their contribution. So, yeah, so they,
So clearly the individual has a role, the organization has a role, and the things that Dr. Mathewson mentioned in terms of the organization's role create a culture with psychological safety, other aspects of the culture that promotes wellness.
So
The other thing is detection of any kind of decline in performance that might need attention. What are the other things an organization can do?
I think that, we have roles in, as healthcare providers, but we also have this area of wellness, positive health, potential enhancement. And I felt, and this is the reason why we moved, was that our students who are going to be management in the future will have and should have the opportunity for competencies that enhance this skill when they sit on and they are the management executives, CEOs, that they have a good understanding of the mind, the brain, and what harnesses the potential, what hinders the potential, how can we bring this together so they become ultimately experts or have the expert in this. They have certainly expertise in the various other areas of management, but this is a fairly more not only new, but it's also a little more complex. And so this, yes, it gives a point of reference, and imagine all of you, 10, 20 years, every one of you would be talking what we are talking. Every one of you would say, I know this is important, why we need flourishing, why an individual flourishes, because the evidence shows that the organization becomes even better.
So, in closing though, let me ask you this. So why an elective? Why should an elective be considered? Or how could that be useful?
Well, that's exactly what I just showed, that it gives you an area that that you have a choice to pick up and get more knowledge, get expertise in that. Just as you want financial areas or whatever, this is also an important aspect where you're dealing with human capital, remembering that this is the only capital that can increase or decrease goods and services at a stroke. No other capital can work in that domain. Is that right, Tibet?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So this is a very important point, because an elective will give you the skills that previous MBA batches probably would not have had. You recognize these subsyndromal issues in individuals who have become different. They join the organization, they were doing very well. A year down the line, they're not functioning optimally. You want to know whether it's something you can treat, whether you need to tell them to take 6 months off, go visit a psychiatrist, go visit a psychologist. You become more empowered, and the individual actually feels that you've actually cared for them. So it gives you a platform, point of reference in your mind to be able to gauge your employees and become a much more effective employer.
So yeah, sure.
Chair, your poser in regard to the elective is very strongly and well-founded. Knowing the educational process in terms of regulatory frame for quite some time, ultimately training is dependent on prescribed curriculum. The operational mode of curriculum is the syllabus in vogue. The unit of change of syllabus in terms of timing has to be kept in mind. What is the need of electives? The policy frame is that a learner is not admitted to a year. He or she is admitted to a course. And the embargo and the restriction which is put across is that a learner is admitted to a course which shall not be put to any alteration at the back of the learner. Therefore, I am tempted to realize the quote which has been put by Dr. Shabir, that students of today who are being equipped for tomorrow are being trained with the curriculum of yesterday. How exactly yesterday's curriculum with suitable intervention can be worked up in terms of it being updated and relevant to the present day learner is not the modification of the curriculum. Curriculum modification is not that easy. It is difficult. It is tough. It cannot be modified for the learner. In order to tide over, yet make the learner pretty conversant with the contemporary challenges and the likely future challenges which are required to be mitigated, elective is the modality. And in terms of the elective, I will further elaborate. In terms of the elective, the University Grants Commission policy frame, in tune with the National Education Policy 2020, which is the policy document now in vogue in the country, the electives are of 4 types. Core elective, which will be mandatory and compulsory. Optional elective, which will be by choice. Free elective, which could be collaterally correlable. And ultimately ancillary elective, which could be a subservient elective. I am putting it across that it is not only that it ought to be put across in elective, but it should be put as a core elective so that it is an integral part of the curriculum as an add-on mechanism whereby this is in a position to fill the void which existingly is operational, but curricular modification and design not being a handy answer, elective is the only effective remedial modality which is handily available for that particular purpose.
So this is an important, I think not just an elective. So we've talked about why this area is important, why this area is already important and will be even more important in a few years. We've talked about the need for more understanding of this area, better knowledge, better expertise, and an elective and a core elective, because this is not going to be something that should be optional. It's not something, it's going to be relevant to everybody. This is not just isolated, in this industry important, that industry not important. This is important across the board. So you're thinking of a core elective, and you think about the skills that should be acquired and the areas. So you think about the organization's role, the individual's role, the importance of organizational culture, and what aspects of culture might be relevant. So there are a number of different elements. And I think the next step really has to be, if there's general agreement, this seems like an important idea, is to actually develop the curriculum. What would that look like? What are the areas? 6 areas, 7 areas, whatever. And how many discussions or lectures in that particular area? What are the skills to be acquired? I think that is the next step. Mary, in closing, before we end this panel discussion, any final thoughts?
No, I just want to emphasize that at the end of the day, we are still going back to dealing with humans. And if you don't understand the psychology of human beings, then you're not going to manage anything in any way, whether it's finance or whatever the specialty in management. Understanding the human is very important for the organizational success.
Thanks, Mary. Why don't all of you join me in thanking the 4 panelists? Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Shabir. Thank you, Wade. Thank you, Mary. And thank you for your patience and interest. I think the dean is looking at me, those eyes of his are getting larger and larger. And I can see some redness in his eyes. And I need to be cognizant of that, right? he said this. And so that he said, yep. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Tandon, for skillfully moderating the panel discussion and guiding us through such an engaging and thought-provoking conversation. We also extend our sincere appreciation to our distinguished panelists, Professor Dr. Russell Franco D'Souza, Dr. Shabir Amanullah, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, and Dr. Mary Matthew, for sharing their expertise, perspectives, and valuable insights on the role of psychological medicine in the workplace. Now, I warmly welcome Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra to address the gathering.
Thank you. Five minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. No PPT. Thank you very much, learned dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed resource person, members of the teaching faculty, and all the participants in this notable conference. I know for certain that we are racing against time. And therefore, I shall try to be briefest of the brief, just wanting to put across the message which I am required to, in terms of the theme which I am wanting to deliberate with you. Number one, principal. Oh, principal Sahab. Principal Sahab. The theme which I am wanting to deliberate on pertains to healthcare challenges, and in the context of day-long deliberation that we have been talking about, the human capital management with reference to healthcare challenges in this country. I am wanting to interlink the two. We have heard enough right from the beginning in regard to human resource itself being converted into human capital, and therefore effective conversion of the human resource to human capital is the entire gamut of discussion that we are talking about right throughout the day. Let me put it across very squarely. Human manpower was a human resource, is a human resource, and shall always continue to be the human resource. But take it from me, I am on a very mathematical proposition, precisional in nature and authoritative in character. All human resource is not human capital. Human resource is required to be converted into human capital, and the conversion is not automatic. The conversion is interventional in nature and character. It is this fundamental principle, construing that everybody is a human resource. But everybody is not automatic human capital. Conversion of human resource into human capital is the hallmark of effective management of conversion, utilization, optimization, and augmentation. This turns out to be the four quadrant of conversion of human resource into human capital. Number one, I am putting this in the context of the healthcare challenges. The healthcare challenges in this country need to be appreciated under certain backdrops and historical counts. I am not taking you into the historicity. I am just wanting you to be taking the developmental profile of the world upon Second World War. 1945, the post-important realization of the world global community, realized in generation of three important declarations. Was it not a fact, ladies and gentlemen, that International Charter of Justice and Human Rights, first document generated, Geneva Declaration, second document generated, UNO Declaration, third document declared, and WMO Conference in London 1948, resulting in Geneva Convention declared. What are all this? I am taking you to the Indian context. 26 January 1950, Constitution came to be adopted. First Prime Minister Pandit Nehru constituted an expert group In order to work out where constitutional guarantee was pertaining to the welfare state, what are the measurables for the conversion of a state into a welfare state was the term of reference. Bhai, sab chup rehna jara. To be converted into a welfare state. And the 18 parables which were defined, I am wanting to list them up. Number 1 and number 2 listed identification, where number 1 was health and number 2 was education. Dr. Rajiv was wanting to ask as to what is the percentage of GDP which is allocable. 1952 declaration which has been made by the expert committee adopted by the government of India in 1952 mandated that expenditure on health, the primary cardinal consideration of the parametric conversion into welfare state, shall be 6% of the GDP, and so shall be for the purposes of education as well. The two important arms of conversion of a state into a welfare state. Lamentingly, in last 80 years, till date, we have not crossed even 3% of the GDP at any point of time, independent of the powers and parties. I am not on that. Health has been a neglected priority in this country. Therefore, the healthcare challenges are huge and gigantic. I will give you one statistical proposition which will set the entire ball into correct perspective. Beds are necessary for the purposes of healthcare. Global recommendation is that country should have one admitting bed for the patient or healthcare per 1,000 population. 1. Global average is 1. Developed world average is 16.4. Our average is 0.6. For a population of 140 crores, put it across in terms of 10,000 is to 1 global ratio. And where are we? We, in spite of 80 years of advancement, we are only 0.6 service beds available per 1,000 population. This is a challenge. Availability of manpower is a challenge in case of the healthcare delivery system in this country. If you really ask me how exactly the challenges can be grouped, Dr. Russell, the grouping of the healthcare challenges in this country is very handy and easy. What was contemplated by Bohr Commission, what contemplated to by Srivastava Commission, and what was put across into Kartar Singh Commission report, same configuration stands true. Our challenges are 3. Number 1, our primary challenge in case of healthcare is in regard to availability of the healthcare. It is sparse, it is scanty. Second challenge is, even if available, accessibility of the healthcare. It is not accessible. And God forbid, even if it is available and accessible, my limitation is it is not affordable. That the 3 cardinal challenges of the healthcare delivery system in this country, in spite of 80 years of freedom, is challenge pertaining to availability, challenge pertaining to accessibility, and challenge pertaining to affordability. What were expected to be 3 aces of a healthcare delivery system in contemplated by Sir William Bohr in his 1946 report turn out to be the challenges even when this Ved Prakash Mishra is talking to this erudite gathering. Against the shortage of time, the challenge remains the same. What is the way forward? Where personnel creation is a problem. The gaps after 2009-10 are not available on any statistical web in this country officially. Luckily, I was part of the Knowledge Commission report health team led by Dr. Sneha Bhargava. Therefore, I can tell you what were the health gap challenges in terms of availability of manpower / women power in this country, where as against 2001 census, at the given point of time in the year 2009, 2001 census, I am not talking of 2011 and 2021 census. The only available official data is we were short by 200,000 doctors. We were short of 400,000 nurses, and we were short by 900,000 paramedical forces. And in case of mental health, we were short by 89% of the required available resources in all 4 categories of the health utilizable manpower globally defined. This was the status. And believe me, things have not changed. The gap between the actual required requirement as against the availability of the manpower is sparse. The first challenge, therefore, is not optimal utilization, generation of the manpower. Lopsided generation of the manpower. Generated manpower being a victim of brain drain. This particular manpower, which is ultimately geocentric in terms of its urbanized location in plenty and absence in the rural and semi-urban areas, turns out to be a gigantic problem of healthcare challenge in this country. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the mute question is where the availability of the manpower, generation of the manpower itself is not commensurate with not only the felt requirements, perceived requirement, but realistic requirements. Optimization of the manpower turns out to be a great difficulty. It's in that context, ladies and gentlemen. And this has to be thought in two ways. There are two ways in which the manpower segregation in this country is required to be made applicable to the global requirement, and that is, first situation is manpower which is in operation and is in force. And the second is generation of the manpower which is to be in force. There are two sets of requirement. Manpower will also be needed in the context of generation of the trained manpower. Therefore, the medical schools, therefore the nursing schools, therefore the schools which will be generating the entire generation of that particular manpower. There is a manpower crunch even in that. Forget the optimal use, utilization and the various propositions. I am not on that. I am on the fundamental situation that even in terms of the number of schools, if by the present generation rate we are going, except in case of modern medicine trained manpower with reference to MBBS qualification, maybe another 10 years down the line, we will not be in a position to generate sufficient manpower for our own purposes, is a matter of reality. It is in this context, ladies and gentlemen, our challenge is quality-centric generation of trained health manpower through quality-centric manpower which is responsible for the generation. 818 medical schools today. The total prescribed requirement with all rationalization mandates, at least presence of 212,000 and odd full-time faculty. And you know exactly what the scenario is. False faculty, false faculties, forced biometric faculty, online faculty, offline faculty, faculty which is at duplicate places with all these connotations and combinations. The average figure is, as again the expected requirement. Orthopedics in terms of its requirement, the generated manpower potential is only 22%. Psychiatry as a subject and a department, the generated manpower growth potential is only 6.2%. Preclinical manpower is minus 16% is the growth rate that you are talking about. And therefore, in the context of the gap with reference to healthcare challenges, even for the purposes of production of manpower, ladies and gentlemen, with PhD qualification being mandated in terms of the policy for the appointment of a principal of a nursing college, 5 years down the line, the number of the colleges which will be having PhD principals in terms of availability will be 65% of the colleges will not have an eligible principal at all, even if employer is wanting to be managing it. Fourth important challenge is 6% of the GDP was contemplated when health was expected to be a state subject. 26th of January 1950, 80% of the healthcare was in public sector and 20% of the healthcare was in private sector. When I am talking to you today, official figure, Government of India, 80% today is in private sector and only 20% is in public sector. The pyramid is inverted. That 80% of the health sector, which was meant for 80% of the population of this country, and 20% of the private, which was meant for 20% of this faculty, today the pyramid is 20% of the facilities are for 80% of the population, and 20% of the facilities are for 20% of the population. Is this the essence of affordability? Turns out to be $1 million question, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, to cut the long story short, my basic fundamental connotation is limitation and challenge, the biggest challenge that the healthcare system of this country is facing is in terms of its affordability. We say we are a poor country, but one yardstick, Dr. Rajiv, by which this country can be said to be the richest is out-of-pocket expenses in healthcare sector. I was pleased to note that USA state where you live talks about 18% of the GDP on healthcare expenditure. US economy is 16 times larger than that of yours and mine. US population is 1/5 of the population of India. And the out of pocket and the per capita income of USA is 16 times higher than the per capita income of India. Out of pocket expenses on healthcare sector on an American citizen is barely 6.2%, which is from his or her pockets at the most. Variable figures have been reported in different years. Highest out of pocket expenses in any country, richest of the rich and tallest of the tall, it is in India, where out of pocket expenses to be put across by a single individual from this country is 79.86%, equivalent to 80% is out of pocket expenditure. These are the real healthcare challenges. 32% population in terms of its per capita income is not in a position to be taking care of any measurability of health of any type in this country is a matter of reality. Imagine where the per capita income of a country is placed at 156th position in the world, that country is required to sustain 80% out of pocket expenses on the matters of health is a paradox in its own way. I am wanting to put across, ladies and gentlemen, where availability of the manpower is a distant dream. Question of optimal performance of the healthcare delivery still turns out to be a very, very distant dream. Therefore, it is in that context, ladies and gentlemen, the available manpower has to be optimally used. It has to be put to its proper capacity building. It has to be absolutely techno-equipped. It is the dimension of the telehealth and the techno-health which is expected to be the way forward. And therefore, it is in that context, digital health turns out to be a way forward for which the manpower, available manpower is required to be skilled and upgraded appropriately for the purposes of mitigation of the manpower gap and broadening the scope and ambit of the available manpower gap so that at least accessibility and availability, these are taken care of, where affordability still turns out to be a distant dream. Ladies and gentlemen, there are n number of things which can be put across. However, I was required to be dealing with the healthcare challenges in the context of manpower requirement. I am still leaving the second part open for a simple reason. When this gap will be mitigated, God forbid, if I shall be alive, I am adjourning my lecture here to be completing it at the given point of time. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful and thought-provoking perspectives. Your words have certainly added immense value to today's gathering.
Yeah.
We are delighted to have with us joining us virtually a distinguished academic leader, business economist, and professor who has made significant contributions to management education in India and internationally, Professor Ashish Nanda. Professor Nanda is one of the former director of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, where he provided academic and institutional leadership during his tenure. His distinguished academic journey also include his association with Harvard Law School. Professor Nanda's vision for management education has centered on developing capable leaders and strengthening the capacity of management education in India. Today, we are pleased that despite joining us remotely, he has taken time to be the part of this important conference and share his perspectives with our gathering. Professor Nanda, we warmly welcome you to the conference and we warmly welcome you and look forward to gaining your experience, perspectives, and wisdom.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to be with you. I was looking at the agenda. You've had a very full day, and I'm sure the discussions have been very informative and enjoyable. I also recognize that my session is the last session of the day, so I'll try and be succinct in what I am going to share with you. I understand I have about 35 minutes or so with you. I will spend a little bit of time talking in broad brush terms about my topic, and then after that, leave a little bit of time in case there are any questions from you folks. The topic I was asked to speak on is how is the current mega forces, particularly technology, artificial intelligence, how it is impacting the world of professionals. I study professional service organizations, which includes healthcare, but also includes other professions like legal services, accounting, investment banking, consulting, etc. And it would not be at all an exaggeration to say that all these professions are feeling some extraordinary stresses and changes in recent years. So I'm going to take you through a brief presentation which highlights some of the key points related to these changes and what their consequences might be. Before I turn to that, let me make sure that what I'm saying is clear to you and is making sense to you. So I'm turn on the presentation, and then Ananda, you or anybody else, if they can confirm to me that it is all right, then that will be fantastic. So let me go to the presentation first of all. From here, and now let me go there. Here we go. Can you see my presentation at present?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can, right?
Yes, it is visible.
Sorry, Ananda?
Your PPT is visible, sir.
Okay, very good. So this is the topics. It's a very long topic, so I've got a small acronym for it, SPARK, Succeeding as a Professional in an Age of Radical Change. This is actually a course I'm going to be offering at Harvard Business School in spring of this coming year, 2027. And basically the argument is that there are certain macro forces that are significantly affecting the world of professional services. I've identified 4 of these: geopolitical, demographic, ecological, and technological. And I discussed with the students how these forces changing are having an impact on professions. But in this session, given the limited time we have and given the focus of our program, I'm going to really focus on technological forces that are impacting the professions. And the argument is that these forces are really changing society at the level of society, at the level of individuals, at the level of organizations. And so if we can understand what these forces are and leverage them, we will be at an advantage, not only as organizations, but also as individual professions. So I'm going to focus on the primary technological force that is roiling the world of professions, which is artificial intelligence. I have a colleague here at the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, Hans-Peter Pfister, who has been working on artificial intelligence now for almost a decade, more than that. And he says, Ashish, it is wrong to think of AI as, the fourth IT revolution. People sometimes describe it as the fourth IT revolution. The first being from mainframes to mini computers and later smaller personal computers. The second being internet, the third being mobile, and then the fourth being really AI. Hans-Peter says, in the impact that AI will have on society and on businesses, it should be actually likened to the second industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution affected the world of blue collar. AI will totally upend the world of white collar work. It is affecting professionals in three interrelated ways, and I'll take a little bit of time talking about each one of these with you. The first one is it's changing the competitive landscape of the professions. The second change is that it is changing the way organizations are structured and they conduct themselves. And the third is the change itself, which is the nature of work that people are doing is itself changing. So I will talk about each one of these in bold brush terms, and then I'd love to hear any thoughts or observations people might have. I want to just identify, though, that different organizations are at different stages of AI integration. Last week, actually, I was talking with some senior executives from a major Indian IT firm, Wipro, and they are well along in this journey. But then I was also talking with some small business family owners in India, and they're at the first step at that. So different organizations are at different levels of integrating AI in their work. Some are using large language models opportunistically, where people have a little bit of an idea that it might help, they use it. Some are actually integrating AI in their workflow itself, asking, their consulting firms like McKinsey and BCG that have modules which are focused on helping their associates do a better job. Medical care facilities in the US are increasingly using AI to accelerate workflow. Some are actually not just accelerating or pushing for efficiency, some are actually integrating AI to come up with stronger results. So most audit practices are using AI very actively. All the big four have their own AI audit systems. Some are actually using AI to reconfigure business processes. Again, tax, for example, indirect tax work that is done by a number of law firms, they're increasingly using AI models to actually speed through and do this efficiently. And then people are also offering AI-infused services to clients. So in wealth management, for example, people are increasingly now offering advisors have access to AI, which is offering services to clients. In law, in arbitration, Lawyers are increasingly working closely with AI to come up with arguments and approaches. So different organizations are at different points in use of AI, but a couple of things are becoming very clear as AI becomes more and more integrated into business. The first one is that in the short run, there are two possible benefits from this explosion of AI activity in business. The first one is that if you are an early mover, you may be able to gain an advantage over people who are not yet fully integrating AI. And I'll talk more about this later. And the second advantage is that in a number of AI systems, there is a stage these days where the human beings are being used to actually check whether the AI is getting the right answers and train the AI. This is an extremely labor-intensive kind of activity. There are actually quite a few Indian organizations, several of those are actually in South India, which are working with AI model developers, places like India and Philippines, because they're able to get large numbers of fairly skilled people at relatively low cost. They're actually helping AI train their models better. So there is an opportunity just now in the short run, but this opportunity is going to disappear in the medium run. And when we talk about short run, medium run, the way people are describing this is 5 years or so. So there is an opportunity to do well and to grasp some business possibilities, but the window is relatively short. Labor arbitrage in model training, you can understand quite intuitively. As models become better and better, they need less and less of human training. So this activity by its very nature is short term. The early mover to gain supernormal return, let me explain it using a particular graphical description that is quite common in strategy work. So in strategy, we often use this kind of a bar, we call it value bar, where WTP is the willingness to pay of the client, how much they value the service or the product. P is the price you are charging, C is the cost. Now, in a typical business, the blue area is whatever consumer surplus is there, difference between their willingness to pay and the price. Green area is basically the value captured, the profit of the business, and the pink area is the cost income. Now, what AI is doing is because it makes it possible to do things more efficiently, it is reducing cost. The second thing that AI is also doing is because AI is able to get you access to a lot of data at fairly efficient manner, you might be able to offer certain features that earlier you could not. So willingness to pay is going to rise and cost is going to decline if you are AI enabled. So in the short run, what is going to happen is costs, you will notice, are declining and willingness to pay is rising. So what will happen is AI-enabled firms will make more profits. Notice the green area becoming bigger, even as their customers also feel that they are getting more value. However, the pace at which AI is getting infused in business, very soon, and that's why I said in the medium term, almost all your competitors will be AI enabled. So you will have AI in your organization not because it gives you an advantage, but because it is table stakes. So most digital innovations have followed the same approach. What will end up happening is costs will be lower, but notice price will be pushed down as well, because other competitors will be also AI enabled. and customers will benefit. So notice consumer surplus becomes much greater. So those technology researchers who really focus on technological innovation, their prediction is that AI will lead to early mover advantage for an interim period, but in the long run, basically you will be having AI in organizations not because it gives you an advantage compared to other competitors, but because it is table stakes. If you don't have it, you won't have a play. So AI is a source of advantage in the short run, but in the medium run, it is absolutely needed if you want to compete. So that's one observation. Some other broad brush implications on competition in an AI infused world. It will be particularly, AI will have significant impact, particularly in information intensive, rules and heuristics based decision contexts. And so you can think in different professions, where is this most important? So for example, in audit, it's information intensive and there are clear rules. Legal services, lots there. Are there certain kinds of healthcare practice where information intensity and heuristics really impact decisions? I would argue they would. And so AI is going to have significant impact in those particular industries. But to say that it will have an impact only on those industries is actually minimizing its overall potential. AI also provides data-driven insights, and it also is very good at persuasion, creativity, and empathy. One of the most actively used AI chatbots in the US are actually ones which offer psychological counseling to people. And I'm sure there are ethical questions that people might have. But there are users who know that they are interacting with not a human being, but an AI, but actually feel quite good about it because they think that it is responsive and it understands their care and cares for their issues. Similarly, in creativity, increasingly in businesses like venture capital, new business generation, people, entrepreneurs and venture capitalists are referring to AI, not just to evaluate opportunities, but also to come up with creative possibilities. So AI applies to a number of different contexts. Incidentally, there is another interesting element in use of AI. People are now recognizing that AI costs are pretty substantial. And as I mentioned earlier, it is becoming table stakes. So people are saying it doesn't come free. There's cost of tokens. Increasingly, when people go to agentic AI, it actually increases very dramatically. If you're developing AI within your organization, you need ability to have computation, and that costs. So AI is taking a huge amount of investment, and then you are bringing in AI engineers and people who will work to integrate AI. The consequence is that there is noticeable substitution of resources, management time and attention, and also money from other alternate opportunities. For example, growth opportunities, training facilities, training opportunities, skill development. Increasingly, people are investing a lot more in technology relative to those. And I just want to kind of flag that. The other thing that's happening is increasingly firms are entering into what my colleague at New York University, Adam Brandenberger, calls co-opetition, which is different firms working together to provide services and products. In legal services, there are two well-known AI companies, RB and Legora, which actually work with law firms. They say, you have client understanding and we have technology understanding, and let's partner and offer AI services to people. So you don't just have to have AI within an organization. Now it's networks of organizations doing it. The other thing that is happening is most professional services tend to charge for time. So when you go to a lawyer, the lawyer charges for time. Quite often in accounting firms, rates are by per day or per hour. But if AI makes things more efficient, that model breaks down. One of the big four firms that I work with was telling me that it took one partner and two associates 3 hours to do a project that it would have otherwise taken two partners and six associates 5 days to do. Now, if AI makes you more efficient and you are still charging for time, then you are actually penalizing yourself for becoming more efficient. So increasingly, organizations that are going to AI are going to alternate billing systems, where they either charge for value that they are providing the client, or they charge for how much they just charge a fixed subscription. There are some law firms, there's a Magic Circle law firm, Allen and Overy, which actually tells people, organizations, you can have an annual subscription fee. And for that, you will have access to our AI chatbot for basic legal questions. And so charging for time is being replaced. And indeed, in other professions where people charge for time, this is something to think about. Then we have increasingly AI native organizations coming in, which are challenging existing incumbents. My wife is a professor at a dental school. In dentistry in the US, AI is having an extraordinary impact in integrating and bringing together practices and providing dentists with analytical tools at very quick and accounting tools in much easier way than before. One of the consequences of this is that smaller firms are getting rolled up because AI is a fixed cost. So small dental practices, small accounting firms are coming together. And quite often this is private equity giving money to bring them together. So this is changing the nature of several professions. In US, private equity has entered healthcare very aggressively to very mixed results. And whether this is good or bad for other professions where AI is coming in, increasingly people in legal services are talking about using private equity. Because again, AI is costly and most of the professional service organizations are either partnerships or they are subsidized in other manners. So they look to private equity to bring capital, but in return, private equity claims that they will charge for time. I just want to point out one quick thing here. How you use AI varies depending on the nature of professional work you are doing. Let me use a very simple 2x2 here. Knowledge required, which is on the y-axis, it is codified or it is more tacit based on experience and judgment. Cost of error, if you make a mistake, if cost of error is low or high. So if you are in the bottom left quadrant, where mostly you have codified knowledge and cost of error is low, AI is going to substitute most of the work people. So this is where already summarizing documents, screening resumes, it's already being done. Where cost of errors is high, even though information is codified, you will have AI, but you will have human oversight. And again, this is happening in things like audit, etc. It's happening diligence in law, in legal services. Top left, where knowledge required is tacit but cost of errors is low, even there AI is helping, but in a different way. This is things like advertising, like venture capital, where AI actually creates choices, options, and the human being selects from the options depending on the nature of the taste of the human being. And only in the top right, where cost of error is high and knowledge required is very tacit, does basically you end up in a co-pilot situation where the human being actually leads and the AI assists in decision making. Why I'm saying this? I'm saying this to emphasize that it's not the same way of using AI works in all organizations. it varies depending on the nature of work that the organization is doing. And so if you are in a particular profession, you have to ask yourself, which quadrant are we in? And then you will probably use AI in a different manner. So I'm going to jump a couple of slides over here. And I'm going to move to organizational implications at this point. Let me see if I can get to that. One second. Yeah. So when we look at organizational implications, I want to emphasize two things. AI is going to be substituting white collar, but it can both substitute and complement. And that is a very big question. If AI substitutes for human effort, the consequence will be less people will be needed to do the work. On the other hand, if AI augments or complements human effort, then you don't have AI substituting for human capital, but it actually makes the human capital or people more effective. So you are going to see a situation where AI is used in some instances to automate away information tasks, and in other instances to be a co-pilot for judgment-intensive tasks. There's another very interesting impact of AI. Whenever you are learning skills, you go through a process called learning curve. The more you spend time trying to do something, the more productive you become. Now, enough data has now been developed to see that what AI does is it steepens the learning curve. What that means is that actually AI is particularly effective at making people who are less productive. It has a greater impact on those. Another way to say that is that very often in professions, mid-level people, their main responsibility is project managing and mentoring the junior folks. Now, when AI is enabling work, you need less of those people. Or another way to put it is mid-level person can now mentor 6 people instead of 3 because AI does some of the development. So what's the consequence of this? Consequence of this is that increasingly in professional service firms, you will end up, I'll come to the 3-hat problem in a moment. Most professional service organizations are shaped like pyramids, lots of juniors, then mid-level people, then senior folks. At the junior level, you are going to have lots of substitution. And at the senior level, there is going to be lots of complementing. The result is that what looked like pyramids is going to become more cylindrical. The implication of that, I tell my students in our MBA program, is that it's going to become more challenging to get into professional service firms. And we are already seeing results of that. Strategy consulting practices, investment banks, private equity, they're actually hiring less entry-level people. So that's the bad news. The good news is because it becomes more of a cylinder rather than a pyramid. If you want to stay within the organization, you have a better chance of rising to the top. And also because it's more cylindrical rather than pyramid, you have a better chance of apprenticeship and mentorship. Consequence for organizations, and I was talking with people from Wipro and Infosys in the last few months. Each organization which is human capital intensive is facing what we can call a 3-hat problem. Some activities will definitely diminish in size. How do you do this in a structured manner so that you don't suffer from suddenly finding yourself obsolete? Which activities do we need to integrate AI in? And last of all, which activities are new activities that we can develop? What are the green shoots? So literally each organization has to ask the question, what is not going to survive the AI tsunami? Where should we integrate AI in our work? and what are the new opportunities AI throws up. And very often, if you try to do all of this within one organization, you are unable to do that because the larger part of the organization kills the other parts. You might have to have separate parts within a larger organization with different agenda, different items focusing on. So this has an impact on recruitment, on skilling, on training, etc. Again, I am sensitive to time, so I am going to now talk about just two things related to actually implementing AI, two challenges, and then I'll maybe throw it open to some questions. So the two challenges, the two big challenges in implementing AI. The first challenge is that technology is moving very fast. It is moving very rapidly. But human capacity to use technology is not moving rapidly. So the big challenge with AI is not how much is AI able to do. The big challenge is how much are we able to integrate AI in our work. And so the challenge in the next few years for organizations is going to be less making sure that they have the absolute cutting edge technology, but making sure that people are able to use AI in an effective manner. And then the second thing with AI, people who do innovation research quite often describe it as J curve, which is when you start with a new technology, actually, when people start working with it, initially your performance declines because they are experimenting with that technology. And only if you stay with it for a period of time does your performance improve. Now, very often in the early stage, if you are investing in AI and you're seeing performance declining, people actually give up on AI too early. But you have to stick with it in the early stage where people are trying this new technology and trying to improve. And in fact, this situation is even more acute for if you really, really want to be integrating AI very aggressively. Your upfront investment has to be very, very significant. So I guess what I wanted to do in the very brief time I had with you was really talk about organizational implications and implications for people for AI. I have, of course, not talked much about the much bigger question, which is what is the impact of AI on society? And I'll leave it to, I'm sure you have had other panels, and I'll leave it to you to discuss those. Let me just highlight some of those. AI offers efficiency and productivity. But does that really make us more able to do exciting work or actually limit the choices for human work? Do we end up in a society of innovators, or do we end up in a society of haves and have-nots? People who are using AI and are highly productive and people who feel totally left out. By the way, who owns the IP that AI is using? Who has privacy rights if AI is feeding off of your inputs? Now, if you make some mistakes, and this is particularly important in high cost settings like medical practice, like legal service, like audits, who is eventually responsible if AI makes a mistake? You better have a human being to hold accountable. And then how do you control AI with malevolent intent? And mostly AI is being developed in circumstances where human beings are at war with each other. How do we make sure AI actually supports human capability? And then a very interesting result, people are finding that if you become too dependent on AI, your creativity actually begins to decline. So the question may not be, should we use AI in everything? But the question should be, how should we train ourselves to use AI when it is helpful for creativity, for productivity? And last of all, of course, the big question, if AI achieves super intelligence, how do we align it with human well-being, whether that is possible at all? Big questions, but I'm not addressing those. I am just raising those for you. I have already gone over my 30 minutes, but I'm happy to stay another 10 minutes or 15 minutes if anyone has questions. But I also fully recognize I'm standing between you and what I'm sure will be a wonderful evening and dinner. So be perfectly fine if there are no questions. Let me just turn it over at this point, Ananda, to you, and look to you for guidance. Thank you.
Nanda sir, namaskaram sir. Very impressive presentation. This is Dr. Veli Chami, professor of practice. I also presented 2 papers. One question remains it unanswered. It is a big question like you have posted. I am posting the same questions to you. While the theme of the conference is the well-being of the company, well-being of the, unless the people who runs the organization do well and psychologically they feel well, then only the organization, sector, whatever, it will progress, whatever the government or it can be achievable. So when I am reading, especially in the context of this longevity, especially compared to previous generation, the longevity of Indian generations has increased, I read some journal, by about 10 years. In general, for all population across country, but the doctors who are supposed to take care of other patients, their longevity has come down by 10 years. So it is, unless now if I give my any report, scan or whatever, then it gives all the, you have this problem, that problem, what is the remedy, everything is giving. When AI is supporting like this, in fact, it should, we are when all professionals, including finance, trading, everybody is going to use all. Doctors also, even radiography, they are so much rush across country, especially in Chennai, you visit hospital, 60% of the patients from Andhra coming in, all hospitals are flooded. So why they are so much stressed? Unless they take stress and relieve themselves, how they will be able to take care, how the longevity of the doctors, then the entire country will take. Thank you so much, sir.
No, thank you. Very, very good question there. Very good question there. And I would actually respond to it in 2 ways. The first is in India, the demand on some of these caring professions is quite remarkable, quite extraordinary. And the result is that if you want to be a really committed professional, you really stretch yourself. And it has an impact on well-being and on longevity and so on. I totally understand that. I think AI can help take away some of the boring but time-consuming work that some doctors do. In the US, for example, doctors are very unhappy that they have to document a lot of their patient. Primary care physicians are very unhappy. They have to document patient interaction in great detail. So the joke is that when a patient goes to visit a doctor, the doctor is on the clock and the doctor is talking to the computer and the patient just happens to be there. Now, with AI, doctors in primary care physicians, my own primary care physician does this. He comes, takes my permission, and he has something like an iPhone sitting on his desk, which is recording our conversation. And at the end of the visit, the AI actually produces a visit report for him to look at. And I was asking him, he said it has improved dramatically in the last 6 months. And he's likely to save about 80% of the time he used to spend on writing notes on the patient visit. And now he's able to interact with me better. So I think there are certain activities that are not the best use of professionals, where if AI can come in, it can actually free them to do work where it really matters. This is just one example. I can give several others where if you use AI to substitute for that work, it helps. And in a context like India, it actually is even more useful because what it then does is that it increases the range of people that a professional can serve. A doctor who could probably look at 80 patients is, or whatever the number, 30 patients during a day, is now has a choice either to spend more time and effort in an intense manner working with those 30 patients, or can increase the number of patients to 40 and continue with some level of intensity. So there is greater ability to outreach people and so on. There's also a possibility, not so far in the future, when you might have something like bots of people who avatars, we might call them, who you can ask some basic questions of and they'll respond to those. And if the response is not sufficient or they say meet a real doctor, then you go to the real doctor. I'll give you an example in a different space. In Harvard Business School, our entrepreneurship area, our professors created avatars and they are now offering a course for entrepreneurs where basically it's not the professor, it's the avatar of the professor that is actually teaching them what to do with their entrepreneurial effort and asking them some questions. And by the way, they are charging something like $600 for this. The result is where earlier this course used to be taken by a few hundred students at Harvard, now it's being taken by 3,000 students. Now, what is really possible in medicine, for example, is let's say take a primary care, very highly qualified primary care physicians. If you have a village where an avatar of that primary care physician is available, they can go with some basic questions. The avatar answers those questions. And then if that question is not sufficient or the avatar says you should meet a real doctor, then they go to the real doctor. So there are possibilities of increase in outreach as well as increase in quality of experience that AI offers just now. And it is particularly important for a setting like India where people are already stretched. I must point out a second thing, very interesting experiment that was done here in US with radiation oncologists, basically X-ray, radiologists, very highly trained radiologists, and with dentists. Radiation oncologists, the experiment done was they showed them some X-rays. These were mammograms and so on, radiation mammograms, and they were asked to predict which of these were incipient cancer. And they looked at human, AI, and then co-pilot, human and co-pilot. And for dentists, they looked at caries, sign of tooth decay. Not all caries will become tooth decay. And they did the same experiment. Interestingly, for radiologists, the co-pilot did not perform as well. Whereas for dentists, the co-pilot performed much better. And when they looked into it, the reason they realized was that radiologists thought of AI as a substitute for them. So they fought any decision that an AI made, which was against their intuition, very aggressive. Dentists thought of AI as a complement because finally the drilling has to be done by the dentist. So they were much more willing to accept AI input when it contradicted them. Why am I saying this? If you want AI to be helpful, a very important part of that is resistance to taking AI input in an unbiased manner. And that's going to be a very big deal with professionals. If you really want to unleash, you don't have to be dumb and say everything that AI says is right, but you have to be open to the possibility that AI might actually get you results that while contradicting you in a specific sense is better. And I think if we are able to do that change management, it can have an impact. But I think your question is fantastic. And I think opportunities are there if we use AI the right way.
Okay, Ashish, thank you very much. This is Russell here. I'm delighted to see you again. I just flew in this morning at 5 o'clock from Vienna to meet you and to meet all of you here, and leaving in a couple of hours away from this. So I was delighted to hear. I spoke about. I gave this my little talk on creating flourishing, high performance, psychologically healthy organizations. And I covered many areas which by itself could be seen as individual areas, but there was one part that I referred to AI, and I tried to bring out what AI could do, but what AI cannot do, and that we should be aware of that, and such as wisdom, human empathy, so many other areas in this, and so while you've clearly shown us what it can do, but we also said brought out what we should be aware it cannot do, or we have a challenge in that aspect. And I like what you just said, that resistance might be that something we will learn, and it's quite expected that professionals would consider, because even among professionals we have a resistance to take each other's opinion or contradiction. So I could see that as a possible issue that might confront, or in other words, give us some challenges in using AI. But all the same, Ashish, thank you very much. I know it's early morning for you there, and it's wonderful to see you, and thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to this beautiful area that I've been talking about, but we brought it into reality, organizational psychological medicine, and making it an elective or a component of the MBA here at SRM and few other places, but certainly SRM, we've been talking and hoping to bring this in as an elective available to all the MBA students of this place. So thank you once again.
Russell, thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks to you and to Rajiv. I really have enjoyed this session. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm sure you are having just a fabulous conference together, and wish you the very best. And thanks once again for inviting me. I enjoyed this session.
Right? And we're going to, you can ask a question, but you'll excuse us running away to get our clothes and run to the airport. Ashish, they've got a question also for you, but I hope you'll excuse us getting away to try and get to the airport. Right? So I look forward to seeing you in person, not in the not too distant future at Boston.
Bye.
With Rajiv.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Go.
I take this opportunity to thank our founder chancellor, Dr. T.P.Ganesan sir, Dr. Ravi Pachamuthu sir, Pro Chancellor Administration, and Dr. P. Satyanarayanan sir, Pro Chancellor Academics, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Professor C. Muttamil Chelvan sir, and respected Registrar sir, Dr. S. Ponnuswamy sir, and our beloved Dean sir for creating this wonderful platform. We are thankful to Dr. Russell sir for being with us, as well as bringing the distinguished speakers, those who have enlightened us regarding what to be used and when to be. For example, brain to be used to handle ourselves and heart to be used to handle others. So with this, I am thanking each and every one of them, our faculty members, the steering committee members, co-conveners, and our organizing committee members. I thank each and every one of them. I can point out their names. If I miss anybody's name, then it would be a problem. So I am not listing anybody's name. Without you, it's not possible to have this conference. We had 176 paper presentations along with the poster presentations. We have chosen the best papers from each track. For every 10 paper, one paper is selected. So the certificates would be awarded later on. And also we will be releasing the ISBN proceedings at the earliest. Thank you all. You can disperse. I thank the maintenance team, the ITKM, and the media. In today's Puduyugam channel, our conference will be telecasted, and also already it's in the live stream. Apart from that, in Times of India tomorrow, there may be post in news about our conference. Thank you.